kuki wifuje gukoresha zoom nyinshi?
Oya, no kugira ngo nze kuba afite ubwisanzure
Ngaho
buhagije ari imbere.
Jena ribi nakali.
Dear attendees, this World Cancer Day, dear guests from University of Rwanda, dear guests from Medical Student Association of Rwanda, the Executive Board and Executive Committee, medical students all across University of Rwanda, University of Global Health Equity, debaters from University of Rwanda, University of Global Health Equity, African Leadership University, Institut Catholique de Kabgayi, all protocols observed. Good morning. Yeah, so I know we have quite seated a long time, so we're going to start with a short icebreaker. So all of you stand up respectfully. Perfect. Wonderful. Perfect. So the icebreaker is quite easy. So we have four directions: north, south, east, and west. Isn't it? North, south, east, and west. Got it? Yeah, so when I say north, just concentrate on the words I say, not my movements. Got it? So let's start with a short, easy movement. North, south, east, west. Great. So the person east is on your right. Yeah. So the person who will fail will sit down immediately. So let's go. Competition ahead. North. So it's the first time, so no problem. Let's redo it. North. East. East. North. North.
No.
West. East. South. North. Ah, you are brilliant. Thanks, you can sit down. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Divan Jonathan Giraneza. I'm your Master of Ceremony for today's event. It's a pleasure, and honor, and privilege to stand here before you. And I'm
a medical student here at the University of One. It's an honor to be with you all. So, we are welcoming you in this event here from students from different universities. It's a great pleasure to have you. So let's make this event more interactive and incredible. Don't mind on the time we started, but it will be enjoyable. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, Ms. Balia. So we're going to continue with the event.
So let's start our event. We are going to welcome the President of Medicine, Methodius Abdullah. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I usually like to speak in Kinyarwanda, but there are some international students here, including some students from UJG. Anyways, have you been able to learn some Kinyarwanda words? So can I give you a question? Sogokura ryohaboze. You say? Oh, okay. Let me come again. Sogokuru aryohaboze. Really? No. So it seems like you like banana. Anyone with banana you can give him. So thank you so much. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to stand before you. We invited you today because we care about the theme of today. Actually, the World Cancer Day celebration is on 4th of February 2025. Actually, it is each year. But to this year, we chose a brilliant, very engaging, and amazing theme. Anyone have been able to read and know about this theme? We're going to find out soon. It came not from my mind. I'm not brilliant enough to bring out a big and incredible thing like this. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention the people who brought it, but here in the house, I want you to give a round of applause to our dear guest from Acrio Global. Please do. I think they can even stand up and greet you. You can't see them. They are not like, okay, let's them greet you. They will just talk about themselves, or the MCs. It's not my role, but they are here with us. So this building is really blessed to have you, the students, and to have these seniors from Acrio Global with a wealth amount of experience in palliative care. As for me, I'll not talk much about anything because there is other people responsible for it. But I wanted to give you a warm welcome. I want you, especially people from different institutions, to feel at home. This is a home. If you even need a room to sleep, I will give you a room. Do you need anything? Please don't say it, because you might say I need money and I don't have them. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for you all for making it here. and we're going to have a very engaging and amazing discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. My president, by the way. So it's an honor to have you here. So I'm going to present a little bit about Acrio. So Acrio is an African Center for Research on End-of-Life Care, Acrio. And it is a non-profit organization that aims to improve the quality of life and the quality of care for patients facing life-threatening illnesses. The center works with perceptions of death and dying based on African experiences and realities for patients and their families. The institution approaches end-of-life care from an African social-cultural perspective. The African Center for Research on End-of-Life Care, Acrio, comprises multicultural and multidisciplinary research from Africa conducted in collaboration with Acrio's international partners. The center aspires to leverage existing practices on end-of-life care through its work with African networks in palliative care and end-of-life care. So I would say that this is a short introduction to the amazing work they have been doing for the past few years. And we have honorable guests here that I would like to present to you in the whole room. The first honorable guest is Dr. Diane Dolly. She is the senior oncologist at Rwanda Military Hospital at Kanombe, and she's the head of education and research at Acrio Group. Please. The second guest is Mr. Jason Bukunduchize. He's the program coordinator at Acrio Global. And the third one is Ms. Ella Moche Wimfura. She's the public relations at Acrio Global. Thank you so much for your warm presence, and I hope the journey wasn't too long from Kigali. Let me hope you enjoyed it. Perfect. So we are here gathered here for this wonderful day to celebrate World Cancer Day that usually happens on the 4th February 2025 under the theme of Rwanda Increasing Dialogue on Palliative Care. And we'd like to welcome the second guest from the University of Rwanda. Perfect. We'll continue forward with the debate. So we have 4 teams. I would like to introduce their name if we don't have done it before. We have team 1 from the University of Rwanda. Let's stand up and greet. A warm round of applause. Yes, sit down. The second team is from the University of Global Equity. You also may stand up. The third team is from African Leadership University. You may also stand up. And the fourth team is from Institut Catholique de Cap-Vert. You may also stand up. Perfect. Yes, quite communicate. People from African Leadership University are on their way, quite delayed due to some traffic, but they're on their way nearby the campus. Yes, so we continue with the debate from the first 2 teams. I would like to welcome the judges. While they are coming on stage, I would like you to give them a warm round of applause. Yes, thank you, judges. I would like to welcome one of you to give a short introduction of today's debate and the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. So we're the panel of judges from my debate that we're going to be judging this debate. So we'll be having two debates that will be sharing the same motion. And the motion is this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. So for this motion, UR will be going against ICK. Did I pronounce that correctly? Alright. So they'll be the ones going first, right? And later we'll have UGHE versus AAU. But they'll have to step out during the first debate so as to not create all the confusion. So for the ground rules, the judges basically what we're looking for is clarity and knowledge, right? Also the content, we're looking for delivery, time management, and also rebuttal. So talking about time management, I would like to clarify that each speaker has 5 minutes. So the first and last minutes are protected. When you're on stage, or you can follow the judges or so if I tap like this, or if one of the judges taps like this, that means your first protected minute is over, meaning now the other teams can start asking you, point of opposition and all that, right? And if I tap like this the second time, that means your last protected minute has now begun, so now we are not accepting any inquiries. So I hope that was clear. If you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, thank you for the judges. I hope every group is clear with what the judge said. So without taking much time, the groups can go in their respective places. The first group. Okay, hello once again. And the judges are recording. Good, are we ready? Alright, so before we begin, I would like to introduce the rest of the judges. So they can introduce themselves actually.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Are we doing great? Are we feeling very bad? Are we afraid of anything right now? Afraid of? Trust me, I'm going to be fair to you guys. So anyways, my name is Mikam, and I'm going to be your judge for today. I feel like I'm hoping for a very educative and good debate. If we have any questions for us, Lord, you could address it to me, right? Good. All the best.
Hello everyone. My name is Wera Rambia. Also, I'm going to be the part of the judges, and I'm wishing you everyone. And let's step up and show what you can do. Thank you.
Alright, so one last reminder, the proposition will begin, but with the reply speech will begin with the opposition. Right. So first speaker proposition, whenever you're ready.
Before I start, how many minutes do you have?
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear judges, the opposition side, good morning. My name is Shaka Pascal, and I'm the first speaker from the proposition side. This motion says this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. We, as the proposition, will firmly stand in support of this motion. First, I'll start by defining the key terms. The key terms is stigmatized and palliative care. What does stigma mean? Stigma refers to the negative societal perception, misconceptions, or discriminatory attitudes that prevents individuals from seeking necessary support or services. Palliative care. Palliative care is a multi-complex form of medical care focused on improving the quality of life of people with serious, chronic, or life-threatening illnesses. It includes pain management, emotional support, and assistance with end-of-life care. It prioritizes comfort, dignity, and well-being for both patients and their families. So, as the proposition side, we strongly believe that it's stigmatized in Rwanda. Why? What causes this stigma? We have three main arguments. The others, my second speaker will be saying that. First of all, the cultural attitudes in Rwanda. The cultural attitudes in Rwanda often portray seeking palliative care as an admission of defeat. Families may feel pressure to pursue aggressive medical treatments even when they are fertile, because accepting palliative care is perceived as giving up hope. As Dr. Christian Nizimira, a leader in advancing palliative care in Rwanda, states, when the community is well informed, it helps eliminate stigma and provide stronger support to patients and their families. So, here in Rwanda, the cultural belief is that palliative care means you have given up on life. It means you are dead, essentially, or you have no time. That is one of the cultural beliefs, attitude that Rwandans have. Another argument is the limited access to palliative care services. There is a struggle to access palliative care due to limited resources. It remains underfunded and overstretched. In many rural areas, they still lack the infrastructure and trained professionals for this palliative care. It is also expensive. Thus, people feel it is a luxury to a few to get palliative care, while to many it is not. Palliative care is also seen as a secondary concern. The lack of systemic training in palliative care results in doctors and nurses being hesitant to recommend it, reinforcing its stigma. According to ASCO-PAPS, a study reviewing patient records in Rwandan hospitals found that 25% of all admitted patients had life-limiting illnesses, with 99.2% of these patients exhibiting unmet palliative care needs, thus emphasizing that there is a systematic barrier in this palliative care. There is also a study done in Kigali Hospital that revealed that 77% of these medical practitioners, nurses, doctors were evaluated and found unfit to provide palliative care services. All these contribute to the stigma surrounding palliative care here in Rwanda. The reluctance to accept palliative care, particularly in rural and traditional communities, reflect a stigma that cannot be easily eradicated. It needs time. We need more time, we need more resources, we need a lot of things for it to go to not be stigmatized. It also reflects the lack of infrastructure, the limited resources, and insufficient public awareness all contribute to the stigma surrounding palliative care in Rwanda. Therefore, we stand on the motion that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. Again, I'll repeat the definition. The definition, it refers to the negative societal perception, misconception, or discriminatory attitudes that prevents individuals, normal people like you and me, to seek those necessary support or services. It is not seen as a care, as a primary care, as something that is needed. It is seen as a secondary concern, as a luxury to a lot of people. Luxury to some people. So therefore, we stand by the motion that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda, and we invite the House to affirm the motion. Thank you very much. This was the proposition side.
I don't know if you paid attention. I did this when the first protected minute was over, and this when the last protected minute had just begun, right? So if your time is almost over, I'll be counting the seconds down, right? So are we clear on that? Yeah. All right. First speaker opposition, whenever you're ready.
Good morning to you all. My name is Anastasia, and I want to thank the judges and House at large and society. We are going to oppose this motion which says that this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. I will start by the definition. Palliative care refers to the specialized medical care that focuses on relieving pain that is being caused by serious illnesses. And another thing is, palliative care is stigmatized in means that there is like misunderstanding in the society about palliative care in Rwanda, which is not true. That's why we are opposing this motion. On the meaning of stigmatized means to treat someone unfairly by disapproving him or her. First speaker, the scholar says that palliative care, like they have a point which states that you don't have enough time, like this proves that you don't have much time to live, you know. Like opposing this much that is destroying, because like palliative care, as we have like understand that it's specialized medical care that focuses on providing relief of pain. We all know that when you are like having a pain because of something, and as we are here for the celebration of the Day of Cancer, you need like something to relieve that pain. As we say this, in Rwanda they start giving free morphine. I think we all know morphine medicine, which relieves the pain. So they start giving free morphines to those patients who have like that much pain to relieve them. So which means they are giving them much time to enjoy their life, not showing them they are about to die. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the judges, to the fellow opposition side, and to my teammates. I am the second speaker from the opposition side. Here to propose the motion that states that this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. As we've tried to explain, stigmatization is a negative societal perception and misconception that prevents individuals from seeking the support and help they deserve. This is what we're trying to prove to you. And how is this stigmatization instigated in the community and the patients? The stigmatization comes from two places, from the healthcare facilities and from the community itself. And I'm going to prove to you how it is such. So I'm going to start by refuting what the first speaker from the opposition side said. He said that there's no disapproval or not being treated unfairly, but which is totally and entirely false, that we've proved. Because literally, we're talking about culture beliefs. Rwanda is a country that believes in its culture. And in culture, death is regarded as a traumatic subject, even talk about. So when you're telling a patient that, oh, now you are in a terminal stage of your illness, you need to seek palliative care, they feel like you are abandoning them. They feel like it's an alternative, rather than continuing to seek the help they deserve. They don't think, okay, they think that you are trying to tell them that, oh, we cannot treat you, we're trying to tell you about being with the family, which is false. And also other contributions that lead to stigmatization, we have religion, whereby some people believe that through getting tested through pain, God is trying to test you and you're going to have a better life after that, which is entirely false. Through palliative care, we're trying to support the patient as much as we can, religiously, emotionally, psychologically, and also medically by literally mitigating their pain. So we are trying to support the patient.
Thank you so much. What is it about the Rwandan culture, its richness, that proves to you that it is stigmatizing?
About the Rwandan culture, we all know about gender roles. We know how men are perceived in the Rwandan culture. They're supposed to be strong, providers, head of the family. So what is the society going to say when the head of the family is the one going to seek instead of being there supporting family? This is what we're trying to tell you. Instead of the family and the community trying to support the patient to get the help he deserves, they're instead stigmatizing them. They're stigmatizing that you're going to answer to your question? Okay. So the second thing I have to say about how the palliative care is stigmatized, we also have the lack of access and training, whereby the healthcare workers are not trained enough, whereby specifically it says that 77% of the healthcare workers do not know how to navigate through the palliative care system, which also proves to the patient like, oh, the nurses don't know what they're doing, the doctors don't know what they're doing, so why would I feel the need to put my life in the hands of people who don't know what they're doing? And another point we'd like to pinpoint is the communication and the language. The way you're telling the patient why he needs palliative care. Are you telling him that he's supposed to come and support him? That he's supposed to come and support their lifestyle? No, you are telling him.
Yeah, you haven't reached the protected minute yet. A few seconds.
A few seconds to the protected minute.
Yeah, you have like 10 seconds to the protected minute.
Okay.
Based on what you are saying that healthcare professionals, they are limited skills on palliative care, and you have seen that like almost healthcare, at least healthcare centers, we do have trained nurses on helping palliative care. So how can you relate them by saying there is a limited skills?
So we are having two nurses. 2 nurses for each healthcare facility to attend thousands of patients who need palliative care. According to our statistics, 99.2% of the patients don't get the palliative care they deserve. So, do you think those 2 nurses are still efficient? I don't think so. Okay, so to sum it all up, we really think that the palliative care is very stigmatized in Rwanda, and we are going to work so hard to literally not support that, to remove the stigmatization through training this stuff and through communicating, very good communication, and improving awareness on the palliative care program. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Diane. I am from the proposition team. Greetings to you, dear opponents. Greetings to you, dear judges and the audience. I am the second speaker from the opposition team, which is opposing the motion that states that this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda, which is totally false, by the way. I'll start with the definition from the opposition team that came here and had the nerve to say that misconception equals stigmatization, which is totally false. Stigmatization is when I know what you're going through, I'm already going through it, but yet I have the nerve to judge, which is opposite from what you, misconception is what I don't understand. So for us, we define stigma as being able to have full information and yet you don't understand that someone needs that thing they need, which is different from misconception, which is our first argument that says that Rwanda may have misconceptions regarding palliative care, but that does not equal to stigma. Yes, we still need to educate our people. Yes, we still need more education. Yes, we still need more investments in palliative care, but that does not mean that we have stigma against palliative patients. Yes, your question, please. Where did you find the definition? Of course, search the web everywhere, starting from the Oxford Dictionary, starting from the definition from palliative modules from education. And then going forward, the opposition came here with lots of arguments. I'll comment on that. They started with the cultural admission of palliative care as defeat, which is false. An example, we've had an example of palliative disease in Rwandan community, HIV and cancer for so long now. And yes, we're still helping these people. Yes, we are still helping these people have access to health care and palliative care, which defeats the fact that our culture, as it stands, goes to say that we have misconception. Also, they had mentioned that, give me a minute, they also had mentioned that their proof that in Rwanda it's because we have gender imbalance. First, we are working on that. We still don't have gender imbalance in Rwanda. Second of all, not male are only the ones that are having palliative care needs. We have females that need palliative care needs that still get access to the palliative care needs. Also, I'm coming please. Also, you say that my colleague had asked you about the access to health care, especially palliative care. I'll give you facts that says that among 2 million people in each year that go out to the hospital seeking care, 7,000 of them are seeking palliative care and they still get it. Which goes to say that we do have access, we do have people who are going to get palliative care and are getting it. Yes, your question, please.
So, do you remember that we said that, according to Acrio, that 99.2% of those ill patients are not met with their palliative care needs?
Yes, you did mention that. And while still, I don't agree with that because, as I just told you, among 2 million people who go to the hospital seeking care, 7,000 of them are looking for palliative care and they still get it. These 90% that don't get palliative care, it's not because we stigmatize against them. Some of them might not have information, some of them might not have the ability to get there because they don't know that there's that kind of food. What we need to do is educate. We need to educate that there is a service that is meant for them. They might not know. We will educate them. We give them, as the government of Rwanda is already doing enough to reach out to the public and make sure that we have access to palliative care. Also, as my colleague mentioned to you, the limited access to palliative care is totally false. The Rwandan government is the first African country to invest and put policies in palliative care, which goes to say a lot against what we are doing to improve palliative care to the Rwandans. Also, they had mentioned that we consider palliative care as secondary concern, but if that was so, we would not have Acrio. If that was so, we would not have many facilities that are in charge to be able to help people with palliative care, which means Rwanda is not stigmatized. Rwanda still has to invest in education. Rwanda still has to invest in people learning about palliative care, but that does not mean that we are stigmatized. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel judges, the proposition and opposition side, thank you very much. I am honored to be before you today. I am the third speaker from the proposition side, and as the motion has been stated, I will not spend a lot of time on it. So, according to my perception and what is going on, as far as the debate goes, I think that we have well and truly proven that palliative care in the country of Rwanda is well and truly stigmatized. One, from the definition that we have given you, that is according to the WHO, thank you very much for your Oxford Dictionary definition, that states that it is a negative societal misconception that leads to rejection, avoidance, and prevents a person that is in need of palliative care to receive the necessary service that they require. Good. Now that we have stated that, it is important to once again note that the opposition side clearly seems to be confused about our stance on what we believe, how we believe that stigmatization is occurring regarding palliative care in the country. So again, we have mentioned that culturally, right? Culturally, the perception of death is ominous, it's morbid. In the country, we believe that condemning a person to death is the worst fate one can go through. And exactly, we have shown that it is palliative care is clearly enlightening. It is misconceived as something that is given to a person that is at the end of their life, which is not what is actually happening. However, people don't seem to know that. In fact, the opposition side doesn't seem to know that. And we've made it very clear that this is why it is stigmatized. We would like for that not to be the case. However, that is what's going on. Moving on, we have mentioned that palliative care, once again, is considered a luxury, which was supported by the opposition, by the way. When the previous speaker just came in and said that about 2 million people that are seeking palliative care, only 7,000 of those receive it. Moving on, we have also mentioned that the palliative care people and the community do not receive sufficient information regarding palliative care. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. The first question is, you seem to misunderstand the point. 2 million go to the hospital seeking health care, 7 of them are palliative care.
That is not a question.
Okay. Second question.
Please reiterate the question.
I'm asking, please. You mentioned that we have a misconception in our health care facilities where we believe that palliative care is equal to death. Can you give proof to that?
Exactly. So we have shown as the proposition side that the culture, the people are clearly misconceived the fact that palliative care is only attributed to people that are at the end of their life, especially because it is mostly associated with cancer patients that are at the terminal stages of their illnesses. Moving on, the opposition first and defined stigmatization as misunderstandings, as treating someone unfairly and with disapproval. The second speaker came here and contradicted that by saying that they define stigma as having full information and treating one unfairly. that contradiction did not go unseen to the proposition side. However, moving on, a POI was given to one of my speakers, the second speaker, and he mentioned, what is it about the Rwandan culture that proves the stigmatization is there regarding palliative care? That is a very easy question. You see, first of all, culture and religion in this country are very closely tied. And linking that, we can clearly state that when it comes to patients that are receiving palliative care, even though they are not limited to people that are dealing with an end of life, an illness that's going to end their life, it is very often the case. And in that case, in this country, you will find that, if I can give you a very simple example, a patient that has been in the hospital for say 6 months, 1 year, and they've not been getting better. It is very easy for a person in this country to relate that to, they can very easily lose hope in the healthcare system. They can very easily lose hope in the doctors that are treating them. What will they do? In this country, it's very easy to consider religion as an alternative, to consider a miracle is going to happen. And what they do when that happens is they could take their patient home. Take their patient home and wait for a miracle. Thank you very much. I believe that it is very clear that as much as we would not like palliative care to be stigmatized in this country, it is very much the case.
Good morning all. My name is Fabricio Geneza. I'm from opposition side. And my fellow opposition side, greetings from the opposition side, judges and the audience. I'm opposing this motion, starting from the question from my preposition fellow, which said that our culture at the moment, which is stigmatizing the emotion of today, which is not true. Because we can see like more Muslim religions, they are supporting those who are facing from the palliative care. And another thing is they say like about limited healthcare services, which is not true. Because as I've been mentioning, that every health center has two trained nurses who are able to consult those who need palliative care. And from my point of today, I want to say like there are a lot of patients giving testimonies like through palliative care they still have faith from tomorrow and forever. So from this testimony, they are acknowledging all of people getting palliative care. Another thing is growing demand for palliative care, because in Rwanda there are a lot of demand of palliative care as evidenced by from those who are in need of palliative care. And another opposition side, which is saying like education and training of health workers. In Rwanda, we have a lot of trainings, campaigns from awareness of this palliative care. So my preposition side, I don't know where you are on. And the government support and the policies, as we are having this day, which is more supportive to us as we are all in awareness of this palliative care.
POI, please. We would like to ask you about the outreaches that you're claiming are happening, where and when and what results are they giving?
Sorry?
The community outreaches that you claim are happening, where, when are they happening, and what are they doing to lessen the stigmatization?
Okay, thank you. We've collected these information from Rwanda Launch Palliative Care, so we're going to give you like a link so that we can check on it. Hope you get a point from me. And Rwanda is doing its integration to healthcare systems so that palliative care can be more at hospital, as they will be doing 24/7 caring on patients. As they have a lot of problems now at hospital, they will be having a lot of control. Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to give you 3 minutes to prepare the reply speech and 3 minutes to deliver it. We will begin with the opposition and the third speaker. The third speakers are not allowed, so it's only the first and the second. All right. So your 3 minutes begin about now. Just thought we would clarify that we will not be accepting new points in the reply speech. All right. DJ.
Thank you. I'm here to per se kind of summarize what have been said from both the proposition and my own opposition team. First off, the proposition came here, misdefining the motion where they defined the stigma as misconception, which was turned down by the opposition speech, which defined the stigma as unfair treatment. Then I came back and I also emphasized that misconception is in no way or form equal to stigma, but they took that as a definition. I apologize if you misunderstood me. And then they had a standing point where they said that the Rwandan culture perceives palliative care as defeat, and there was also admission for death, which was turned down. We showed them numbers of people who are already seeking palliative care and how the Rwandan community is already doing enough to adopt to this palliative care. They raised the point of palliative care being expensive, but we already showed them that the Rwandan government is doing enough to use this, giving an example of morphine, which is given out for free as pain medication, or morphine is given as free in every Rwandan facility, healthcare. And then they also did raise a fact that the doctors and nurses and healthcare providers are unfit for palliative care, but my colleagues did mention that even at the very last level, at the community level, we have community health workers and nurses, at least two, telling you that at least two nurses are already trained to deal with palliative care patients and to be able to help them in any way possible. I guess that's about it, and I think we managed to turn down every point they raised, even the last one where they said that when they were asking details regarding the what Rwanda is doing in palliative care, my colleague was able to give them a reply. I raised my case. Please make fair judgment.
I am here to give a reply speech and to summarize everything that's been said in the debate. So first of all, first things first, we had our first speaker from the opposition side. She came and she gave you a very detailed definition of stigmatization. We also gave you the definition of palliative care. We also gave you the reasons to why palliative care is stigmatized, such as it's considered to be a taboo in regards of culture, and that it's very highly misconceived. And therefore, the speaker came here. She talked about misunderstandings in society about palliative care, which I think was in our favor more than in their favor, because those are the causes of stigmatization. And she also talked about stigmatization referring to treating someone unfairly despite knowing knowledge about a certain fact, which is very not true, and I also talked about it as the second speaker. We also talked about how the Rwandan culture, we emphasized about how the Rwandan culture is a huge contributor to this stigmatization, whereby I got a question in regards of that, and I answered it by giving an example, gender assigned roles. And that second speaker came here. She talked also about the definition of literally having full information and so being treated fairly. And she asked if we have now she said we have gender-based, gender imbalance, something like that. And she also talked about in 2 million people, 7,000 are only receiving palliative care, which goes hand in hand with the statistics we gave them, saying that 99.2% of the people who are supposed to give palliative care are the ones receiving it. They also mentioned that we need to educate people, which goes hand in hand to the statistics we gave you about 77% of the healthcare workers not having enough knowledge and skills to be able to counter the stigmatization that comes along with the palliative care. Okay, so our side, speaker from the proposition side came here, also trying to elaborate more about culture, answered most of their questions, and also elaborated further to the reasons to why palliative care is being stigmatized. The third opposition speaker came here and talked about 2 nurses attending to 1,000 people, which literally goes to prove our point. They had no statistics. I asked them a question about the where, when, and what effect the outreaches are giving. They only gave me a link. No effect, nothing. And they also say that, they have no statistics, basically. They were just here giving facts. I don't know from where, but we had facts, we had statistics, and these are the reasons to why we need to take this debate. Thank you very much.
overall it's stigmatization, if it's there or not in Rwanda. So for the verdict of this debate, it will be shared after Elio has also, is Elio and UJG after the debate session, right? Right, so let's continue with the next of the, alright, shake hands, different. Yeah, thank you.
It was indeed exciting to debate on this crucial topic for today's event. So with no further ado, we would like to welcome Indangamuco Troupe, Victoria Kaminuza, on the stage with a very, very extremely astounding, astonishing, exquisite round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen.
this is a palliative care and cancer awareness workshop. So we want all attendees over here who are here to do a quick and small gesture. So while you are here, take a picture, take a selfie, post on any platform that you have, let it be Instagram, let it be Twitter or X, let it be WhatsApp, name them all. And tag NETSA, tag Acrio Global, tag EMS International, RBC and the Ministry of Health. And the hashtags to use are Youth United for Palliative Care, Viva Mensa, and Acrio Global. Youth for Palliative Care, Viva Mensa, and Acrio Global. So, hello, 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 wonderful. So now we're going to go into the audience. This is not just for you to follow, it's for you also to engage. So I would like to have a quick question to one of the audience members. Let me see. Let me not use a medical term. 1, 2, 3, go. So my question is, what did you learn about this event? What is your impression about palliative care? What is something new you learned throughout all these debates and everything that happened here? Thank you.
Learn that palliative care is not an end of care. It can be administered at any field of illness, and it's all about holistic approach and patient-centered care. Thank you.
Now we'll choose the. Hi, this is a seminar. No lady over here. Okay, let me turn on my left. I see one. Miss. Can you answer also that question?
Thank you. My name is Ganza Adele. I'm a pharmacy student. I'm with great pleasure to be with you here in this great event. Before coming here, I was with no idea about the palliative care, but by now I learned so much, many things about palliative care, and palliative care is medical service or medical care of providing relief for patients for being free from pain and other symptoms about serious disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. One round of applause. So now, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi again. I hope it's not me who is enjoying this event, right? Those who are enjoying, please up. Can we stop it? Okay, fine. So, for the first time, welcome the first group of debaters, and you have seen that they have done a great job to let us understand what is palliative care, how it's manipulated, and everything. So there are other two groups which are remaining, so we are going to welcome them, and we really hope that they are going to provide the best as the first group have done. So it's our time to pay attention, to listen well and interact and understand their ideas and learning more, because the theme is in increasing dialogue. That's why this debate is here. We are discussing, sharing ideas. So through this debate, we will learn the palliative care, how it is done, and to be aware of how, because the future healthcare providers, we are the one who will help the patients. So we have to learn from start by here, so it help for the future health life. So now I can welcome the last two groups, the UGHE. I hope they are here. Can you come in the front, please?
And the next group is the alum. Also, you are most welcome on the front. So have a great time and enjoy the debate. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Debaters, if I could catch your attention for a few minutes. Hello. Are we together?
Yes.
Alright. So, again, if I could repeat the motion, it says this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. If I'm right, UGHB you're proposing and ALU you're opposing. So for the ground rules, if I may repeat for ALU there wasn't, I'm sorry, that was a mistake. ALU is proposing, UGHB is proposing. Yes. Anyway, so for the ground rules, each speaker has 5 minutes, right? The first and last minutes are protected. So when I tap like this, that means your first protected minute is over. And when I tap like this, it means your last protected minute has now begun, right? Yeah, basically that's it. All right, so first speaker proposition, whenever you're ready.
I have a question. So if I'm facing the side, how will I see their POIs?
They have microphones that will
speak. Good afternoon, everyone, members of the jury, and all protocols observed. Today we are here to discuss the motion. This House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. And as African Leadership University, we stand with this motion because we believe that this palliative care is in fact very much stigmatized in Rwanda, and that's why we are here. That's why we are here to make it known to the people so that it is no longer stigmatized. What do you do when you're told that a loved one has a serious illness that cannot be cured or even leaves them with complication until their very last minute on earth? What do you do? Most of the people here in Rwanda, it's a big dilemma. Most of the people here in Rwanda, they are confused as what to do. Most of the people here in Rwanda, as reported by hospitals like University Teaching Hospital, they have been abandoned by their families. In fact, a story is given of a young man at Shibagabaga Hospital who was involved in a road accident and broke his vertebrae, and his lower limb were left disabled for the rest of his life. Slowly by slowly, after he was put in this palliative care, his family members started abandoning him slowly by slowly until he was left alone. So we see this stigmatization that is coming in the case of where family members or relatives are given.
Let me constitute, but I have a time pause. The audience will need maximum silence. We can barely hear what the second is. Okay, so let's maintain maximum silence. You can proceed.
So this is not the only case we've seen where someone is abandoned just because they've been told that they have to be on palliative care. So first panel, how are we going to define palliative care? Palliative care, we are going to define it as interdisciplinary caregiving approach that is aimed at optimizing the quality of life and mitigating suffering among people with complex illness and terminal illness. We see this as most of the people probably during the last minute of, like maybe, for example, cancer stage 4 patients or HIV stage, it could be any chronic disease as long as you are in unbearable pain. It's terminal illness. So this palliative care is designed to reduce the amount of suffering you're going through during your last minute on earth. And also I'm going to define stigmatization. What is stigmatization, panel? Stigmatization is the process by which individuals suffer discrimination or shame due to social misconceptions. Different social misconceptions causes people to have shame. That's why people in Rwanda are not going for this palliative care. And today I'm going to characterize what this stigmatization is looking like for us to understand in broader terms. First, in relation to palliative care in Rwanda, we see this stigmatization not very exclusively. It is coming in a subtle way. That's why people don't see it as discrimination, but it is there. However much it is subtle, it is still there. First of all, people are associating palliative care with death. People are associating palliative care as living up on life. That's why people are tending to drift away from palliative care. Yet this is aimed at reducing people's pain. If you have been in a cancer patient room, probably a stage 4 cancer patient, you find them screaming because of the amount of pain they are going through. Palliative care is brought to us so that we can reduce this amount of pain. But then people once someone has been told that they have to be under palliative care, people see as, my relative is going to die anyway. So this is one of the factors that is causing this stigmatization. This is how we're seeing this stigmatization. Another characteristic of this stigmatization panel is in the cultural aspects, whereby we see that in Rwanda, when we talk about life, we have to talk about life until the death approaches. It is not morally upright in the Rwandan cultural system to start talking about death when someone is still alive. That's why people are fearing away from this palliative care system. That's why people are running away from palliative care. People are not educated enough to see that, in fact, even at the last stage of your life, you're supposed to die with dignity. You're supposed to die with as much reduced suffering as possible. That's why the doctors in Rwanda that I'll take you later. That's why doctors in Rwanda have come up, you see that most of the doctors who have dedicated their lives to specialize in palliative care, they don't want to see people suffering, even if it is during the last stage of life. But as you can see, most of the people in this room didn't even know about palliative care. And most of the people, in fact, the few people who know about palliative care think that it is maybe only for certain diseases. It is only for all the chronic diseases in.
Your time is up, speaker.
Okay. I'll let my other debaters talk more about my points. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I'm the first speaker from the opposition side, together with Princessa and Ernest. We're here to debate today a motion that says this House believes that palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda. If we could talk about a few things that the proposition just talked about, they talked about families abandoning their loved ones. They talked about families abandoning their loved ones because they fear to give them care. But did they take into consideration that palliative care takes the patient in the whole and consider not just their families but healthcare providers and everyone else involved in the team, spiritual leaders and everyone involved? Now, if families abandon their loved ones, did we take into consideration other factors that are not just stigma, or did they just fear the end of life, fear commitment that comes with it? Let us take into consideration that. They also told us that they don't want to see their loved ones suffering, yet somehow they believe something is stigmatized. So how do you want someone to not suffer and see a solution to not suffer and stigmatize it and run away from it? Somebody highlight that point for us. So coming back to our case, we do agree with the definitions they gave for what palliative care is and for what stigma is. Acknowledging that it's an approach to healthcare that improves the quality of life for patients and their families, which they did not cater for in the example they gave us, facing problems associated with life-threatening illnesses, both socially, psychologically, financially, and taking the patient as a whole. And it deals with diseases affecting the quality of life that are life-limiting and the terminal illnesses, ranging from NCDs, infectious diseases, everything that is involved. And proceeding to our case, we have 3 arguments that we're going to run to today. Number 1 argument is growing national commitment to healthcare. Number 2 is changing societal perceptions. Number 3 is depression and anxiety associated with the disease should not be confused with stigma. And the references for today is the 2012 Policy Amendment of Rwanda, National Policy on Palliative Care, that was published since Rwanda is one of the pioneers of palliative care in Africa. Number 3, humanitarian health, ethics and research for health in humanitarian crises. Since we're arguing this from an equity perspective, we're going to see what the minorities have to say about it and what the majorities have to say about it, if we're really to consider both opinions. And the last one is an article titled Palliative and End of Life Care, as self-perceived by physicians in Rwanda, which is a study that was considering different hospitals all around Kigali. So after saying all that I've said, you would wonder what are we here to advocate for? What do we stand with for this motion? We stand for us to see where the problem actually is. Instead of quoting things and saying the people are stigmatizing palliative care, we need to see where the stigma actually is. And that stigma is on the disease itself, not the case of care. Because if you come here and say, I do not want my loved one to die, I do not want them to suffer, and you continue to tell us that the Rwandan community accepts dying with dignity, I don't know how you're stigmatizing palliative care. Because it offers dignity, because we want our loved ones to be as comfortable as they possibly can in the last days of life. And today we task the proposition to prove to us how it's not a systemic issue of resources and other things that we blame on stigma, and who actually is causing this stigma. Number 1, a social health worker bound by the Hippocratic Oath and currently wanting to give a quality of life to the people. Number 2, the patient who is suffering and needs analgesia every day to live. Number 3, a family member who needs the loved one to die with dignity, as they call it. Number 4, a society that is bound by love and respect for every neighbor and their people. Now who is actually stigmatizing it? We agree that there is a stigma, but it's not on the care, it's on the illness. When people understand that people are sick, they tend to think about life, but they fail to understand the process that stays in between, which is the care. And when you come back to Rwanda, people are afraid. Maybe they left him because they were afraid that he would die, but they forgot to say, in the process, what would we do about the care? Yes, stigma comes from a place of fear, and that place of fear is a place of dying, and we respect that. But we also acknowledge that in the process, people agree with palliative care, people agree with the families having the best. We as physicians, future physicians, agree on end-of-life care, but also recognize that palliative care is not just for terminally ill patients, but for others who are struggling too. So with all that being said, today we can look at the local context, we can take it cultural, we can take it economic, and after all that, we should notice that we're blaming the stigma on the wrong position. Others should be addressing the stigma on the illness itself, the fear associated, and not just the quality of care we want to give to our patient. Thank you. With all that being said, I raise my case.
Our dear judges and our esteemed opposition and the host at large, I want to greet you all. So this is still TAU, and we stand firmly on our stance that we believe palliative care is stigmatized in Rwanda, and we're going to give you reasons why we believe there are negative concepts around this so-called palliative care. First of all, before I begin my speech, I want to tell you that I never knew about palliative care until yesterday when I got the motion of palliative care. I had to search about it. So this shows that there is a lot that is needed on awareness of palliative care in Rwanda, and I'm also going to give you how it comes about. So, to begin with, I'm going to first talk about what we have from opposition. They came here and talked about how this is on the diseases themselves. But I want to, before I begin, I want to tell you that this kind of palliative care is offered to people who have other diseases, not only HIV and cancer as they want to talk about. It can be offered to someone who got a bad accident and maybe you can't be cured, so you're going to go under this palliative care because at the end of the day you might die. So that point of saying stigma is on this disease is on our side for the fact that there's a lot of, yes, we accept there's a lot of stigma on HIV and cancer, and that's the reason why everyone who goes under palliative care is said to be suffering from HIV and cancer, and that's the stigma we're talking about. It comes from the stigma that's on these diseases, as they say, we accept. So that stigma that's on the diseases, it goes on to link to the stigma of palliative care. Yet some people who are in palliative care are not suffering from the so-called cancer and HIV. And most of them are suffering from heart diseases, some of them have broken fractures, all those stuff. So we believe that the stigma is still there on our side. So to begin with, I'm going to, on our side, we have two good arguments. The first one is the cultural and spiritual aspect that exists in Rwanda, which we believe are the reason why there is a negative conception on the stigma on the palliative care. And then our second argument is going to be the misconceptions and misinformation coming from lack of awareness, illiteracy rates, and overloads of Kinyarwanda in Rwanda. So to begin with on the culture part, first of all, we have to believe that this is Rwanda. Rwanda is a developing nation. I'll take you later. Rwanda is a developing nation like other African countries. So in their culture, they believe that death is a sensitive thing. So when you talk about death before someone dies, then that's immoral in the African culture. And when you look at what palliative care is, it's understanding that you're going to die. You accept death before it happens, and then you go through this care so that you can have a good ending. But that's not the thing that happens in the culture set up of Rwanda. For them, they believe that you have to fight until the end. You don't have to give up on yourself. And that's why we believe that these people tend to put the negative conceptions on what? On palliative care. And another thing, it is that they believe that it is the Western luxury. You know, palliative care, most of its principle is on the mental well-being of these patients. As they are dying, they go through a lot of emotions. So their mental well-being must be supported. Yet in Africa, we all know that mental health is something that we are trying to advocate, something that is new in Africa, and it's not supported very well. Because many African nations and cultures believe that this is a Western luxury, that having a mental health is not that necessary. Only care about the physical part. So we believe, first of all, because this palliative care puts into consideration the mental health of the sick, so they tend to think that it's a Western luxury, it's a Western input, and they tend to have a bad bias about it. So we also want to talk about the spiritual part. The spiritual part, first of all, we all believe Rwanda has a lot of religions. And in religion is what they call faith. You have to have faith in God. Even if the doctors tell that you're going to die in 6 months, you have to have faith that a miracle will happen. And that's what religion is all about. But then palliative care comes in and says that no, you have to accept death so that we can treat you, so that we can give you this morphine. You know, palliative care, they give you morphine instead of giving you the curative drugs like maybe chemotherapy when you're suffering from cancer. They go on to tell you that you can't give you chemotherapy because it's painful. Let's just tend to give you like morphines. They are painkillers. You understand? So when in that case, it's like you've given up on your life. You are just accepting the death and you want to have a good ending. But spiritually, it's not allowed in Rwanda. That's why we think many of it is at a lack of faith and a lack of belief in God. And that's why we believe the stigma comes about. So I'll take your first.
When you say people think it's a luxury, who is it? The patient or the healthcare providers?
We think it's the people, the natives, the people, you understand, the culture, the families. You know, in Rwanda, there's what they call in culture. They say that whenever you're sick, you belong to family, and whenever you're okay, you belong to yourself. So decisions are always made by the family. If the family believes that palliative care is bad, then the patient also will have to go with that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mansana, and I'm a student
speaker from the opposition side. So I'll first start by clarifying a couple of things that were mentioned in this debate. Proposition side clearly defined the motion, and I like that they defined the term stigmatization as shame. You know, they say now the proposition side, I want this to be clear, are claiming that people think it's shameful to seek care, or for families to seek care, or for health providers to seek care for the terminally ill or chronically ill. That means that they're saying that rather than the shame being on me, I have a terminal illness, or the fear being on the illness, they're claiming that it is shameful for me to have cirrhosis, liver failure, for example, and then go to get my medication. Is that shameful? Where the community that they say claim that they want their loved ones to have dignity, will they find shame in me wanting to feel comfortable after the healthcare system has acknowledged that they cannot do anymore? Now, they were claiming, the second point that they argued is religion, but palliative care never told you not to believe that something might happen. They just acknowledged the weaknesses of the medical capacity to do something for yourself, for your illness, but instead, rather than letting you go off to die with pain, without dignity, we are offering you health. And is that what is shameful? Is that their definition of stigmatization? That people think that palliative care, so me seeking care for my cancer, that I still believe maybe God can do a miracle. Patients are allowed to believe that. That's why palliative care incorporates the spiritual aspect. Other than just the pain medication, it incorporates the spiritual, the societal, and therefore, is that shameful? The same society that supports that their loved ones pass on with dignity. And second of all, which comes back to one of our arguments, we should not confuse the limitations of financial to provide the care. He kept on saying that the society thinks it's a luxury to take care of their loved ones. I doubt that you have your wife, your sister with breast cancer needing pain, but instead, rather because you cannot afford the pain, because you cannot afford it, that's why they left probably the patient. I doubt, except if they're sure that they left them out of spite, but it's mainly, you can't confuse the limitations, the financial ones, that it was shameful for them to seek care for their loved one. Rather, it was because they couldn't. The financial barriers should not confuse with someone feeling shameful to seek for care, which is what we're arguing for, dear judges and the audience. We're saying that the shame is on the disease, is on the financial limitations, but the care itself is not stigmatized. Second, that he mentioned, he said he didn't know about palliative care before this, but I think that's misinformation. Was it because you feel shame about palliative care? No, you were just uninformed. And why do you want us to assume or make, they did not define stigmatization as misinformation, which are two different things. Rather, stigmatization, as they say, is shame. But now, today, we have come to prove you how both the health system of Rwanda, both the patients themselves, and both their families and societies actually want the palliative care. So according to an article published in 2015 in the Journal of Pain and Health Management, suggested, I'll take it later, clearly defined that Rwanda is one of the pioneers of palliative care. So palliative care palliative care policy was issued in Rwanda in 2011, making Rwanda one of the first countries on the continent to initiate palliative care, and that was received adequately by the healthcare providers who started using morphine when the government dispatched it to nurses and others. So they were receptive to palliative care. That tackles what they've been claiming, that the health system itself is stigmatized over the palliative system. And second of all, the burden of malignancies and chronic diseases in Rwanda as of 2012 stands at 6,000 for malignancies and 5,000 for chronic diseases on its own. And that, of course, has grown. And because of this burden, do you think a patient, me, diagnosed with liver failure, for example, will refuse care? I might feel shame, I might feel fear. That's the first word that is. Fear, for example, that I'm going to die. But palliative care came to fill up that fear, to fill up that burden of where modern medicine cannot provide cure.
So the shame in itself, or the stigma in itself, is in the fact that maybe I'm not going to make it, but the palliative care came to alleviate that. So the shame, dear judges, is not on the care I will receive or that my loved one will receive, but it's on the condition itself and should be dissociated from the dignity the care provides. Thank you.
Dear members of the jury, dear panelists, dear attendants, while the opposition has made valid points and made us understand that the problem might not be the stigma, do not be obscure. If I agree with them, we might both be wrong. Truth is, the stigma is there and it is present. Despite the fact that I've spoken about limitation of finances, terminal diseases, and the health system being improved, it's not the case. Why is it not the case? Because palliative care is very complex, and in a society like Rwanda, where the cultural norms are very specific in terms of family, where decisions are made by family, and also where most of the things are seen as spectrums and financial barriers, the stigma remains present. So, to reestablish what our team has been saying, our points are just that the stigmatization is present. We acknowledge it through the cultural norms. Like we stated already, most of the decisions made in Rwanda is family-based, and as a result, I'll answer it later, and as a result, there's a stigma around the palliative care. Another thing is that most families view palliative care as end of life. They see that you are no more fighting for your life, so that giving up, and this causes more stigma in patient. And finally, the effects of the genocide. With the genocide, that's made palliative care a little more complex in Rwanda, like integrating palliative care now with it, hence making the stigma more rebound. Then beyond those, we also have the religious views. Of course, there are Christians and Muslims, and they believe in fighting for life, and life is valuable only unto death. Once they accept palliative care, they see it as they're going to die. Then beyond that, there's also the financial barriers, as the opposition has stated. So do you know that only 14% of the people who need palliative care get access to it? And that's in developed countries and not in Rwanda. So there's a stigma around the finances because it's inaffordable most of the times. Then beyond that, we also have limited awareness and illiteracy rate in Rwanda. Yes?
What is the stigma around finances, stigma around other stuff, but is there stigma to care?
Yes. So beyond that, I also talk about limited awareness and illiteracy rate. How many of us who say that they know about palliative care right now before coming to this seminar? Yeah, no one. So that's also another big point. But all in all, people, the stigma surrounding palliative care remains a barrier in care. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable House. Thank you, judges. My name is Ernest. I'm the third speaker from the opposer side. And just what I would like you to highlight to everyone, and I believe you must have already caught on it, is that our speakers on the proposer side come in and they are strongmanning our arguments. And by building strongmen, they create a smaller target which they can try to attack. Because clearly, the concept, as they have stated it, is too much for them to comprehend. One, they come and say that we are saying that there is no stigma. We clearly say that there is stigma, but the stigma is not on palliative care. The stigma is actually on the diseases and the fear that that brings to the patients and their families. They also come and state that our discussion has only been limited to HIV and cancer care. Is that really what we've been stating? No. We've talked about all these chronic illnesses, life-limiting illnesses, and terminal illnesses that are actually helped by this palliative care. And then the third line that actually the last speaker opens up with, he comes and tells us about how 14% of people globally need this palliative, 14% of people in developing countries need this care. It is actually 14% 14% globally, not only in developing countries. In the developing countries, it's about 6%. What is contributing to that? One would argue is the lack of research data that is actually highlighting that problem. So I'll go on to say, dear house, when a hyena wants to eat its children, the first thing it does is it accuses them of being goats. And that is what the proposers are trying to do. They are misconstruing this argument and trying to convince us that there is stigma against palliative care, when the stigma is actually based on the fear that is around the diseases that palliative care seeks to address. We've highlighted in our arguments that in Rwanda particularly, Rwanda is an excellent example of a country that if at all there was any stigma towards palliative care, it is addressing it. Rwanda has made increasing commitments towards the proposal of palliative care. We developed, among the first African nations who developed a palliative care policy, among the first ones to start training health workers, among the first ones to extend palliative care prescription to nurses and other healthcare professionals, and not just the physicians. Among the first African countries to actually develop an in-house producing facility. This is a country that is clearly showing you that our problem with palliative care is not on its acceptance by the communities, but rather on the challenges that we do have with its delivery. We've also gone on to highlight in our arguments how they have been changing societal perceptions, if any. This has evolved over time with increasing education access to the Rwandan population. Many people are getting to understand these diseases and what is required to address them. Palliative care among those options. We've also gone on to highlight that this problem that our proposals are trying to highlight is really a focus on the disease that people are conflating to be a problem with the care that we are delivering. And we argue that please do not fall into this trap because it is a fallacy. The next thing that we've highlighted in our arguments is that actually, if there are any challenges with palliative care, these are systemic challenges that, as I have addressed, the country is trying to address and fill up those systemic gaps. So let us not misconstrue those systemic gaps. Just because someone is not getting the care they need does not mean that they do not need.
Please tell us what shows that the stigma is around the diseases. Tell us what shows that the stigma is around the diseases in the care.
Thank you very much. When all your three speakers came here to speak, what were you addressing? You are addressing the disease that palliative care was actually seeks to address. You are addressing HIV, you are addressing the cancer care, and you are addressing the fear that comes with these terminal illnesses and these life-limiting illnesses, but not necessarily the palliative care. Thank you. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to let you know that, as you might see, if you see a family, a mom preparing vegetables for her household, a mom is preparing vegetables for her household, and you go on to think that this family is vegetarians. No, maybe they cannot afford the meat. Yeah? We need to remember that Rwanda is still a low-income country. Much as we are fast-tracking our progress to middle-income status, we are still a low-income country, and we have challenges with delivery because these things are quite costly. But we are trying to increase on our financing and our financing to actually deliver this care, and hopefully in the near coming future we shall see. And this is actually evidenced by, as you can see, with the growing economic gains that the country has been making. There has also been an increased access to healthcare services, including palliative care. This further highlights the problems that we have with palliative care and delivery problems, but not all the palliative care itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so each team has 3 minutes to prepare their reply speech, and you'll have 3 minutes to deliver it. We'll begin with the opposition. The third speakers are not allowed to deliver. And we won't be accepting any.
Round of applause for this first session. You see that things are getting more hard as time goes on. So it's good, it's more interactive. You can spend the whole day listening for this discussion without getting it. So let us give them a chance to make their final arguments, and we wait for the final result. continue to enjoy the event. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Yeah, you can begin now.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we're here to conclude our debate of today, and I'm here to re-explain the stances of this debate. So we are arguing that the problem and the shame is not on the disease itself and not on the care, but on the disease itself. And they, as the promotion side, have failed to show us how someone who is sick, either them, either their family or their community, would refuse them or find shame in them seeking care and receiving care. They have failed to show how the limitations of our system in providing that care are the ones that cause the shame on the care rather than on the disease. So we, as the proposition side, have showed you with evidence that they didn't provide how the burden of disease is very current, how 6% of the people needing palliative care do not receive it. So how we, as a community in need, from a place of burden, cannot come shame. The patient cannot feel shame in seeking to be better on the chronic or terminal diseases. Rather, the shame is on the disease itself, but in seeking care, in wanting to be taken care of, or for the health system to take care of patients, there is no shame in that. So we have shown you how both the healthcare system, both the patients themselves and their families do not find shame in seeking care or receiving care when they're past or when they're dying, but rather the shame comes from the disease. And the third speaker has shown you how the government, through palliative care, is tackling even the shame on the disease itself by proving that even if you're terminally ill, you can still receive care. That is tackling even the stigma on the disease itself, while on the care itself, patients or the families will not find shame in wanting to die with dignity, in wanting not to die with suffering. And our government and the healthcare system is so progressive that Rwanda is one of the first countries in Africa to lead with palliative care, which shows that the health system is receptive, the health
healthcare workers are receptive to palliative care. They don't find shame in treating people who are dying or in giving them the pain and letting them die in dignity. Our society and culture, which they kept raising us, wants our patients and our families to pass on while they're comfortable. They have failed to show how shame is on receiving care and not on the disease itself, even though they try to claim that it's intermixed. But no, people will want to die with dignity, and shame will come from the fear of dying, but no one will find shame in you wanting to get help if you need it and wanting to pass on with dignity. So dear judges, I call you on our side, because we as a nation would fail if we found shame in people seeking to die with dignity. Beginning of the motion as stigmatization is on the aspect, on the disease part, rather than the seeking of care. We have won the debate. Thank you, dear judges.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, we have noticed that the whole entire case of the opposition is on stigma or being around the disease, not around the care. But first of all, we ask them to tell us where we got this from and the justification for this, and they're just coming here and telling you that stigma is around the disease without clear justifications. But for us, we come here and tell you that stigma is around the palliative care, and we give you reasons for that, coming from the cultural and spiritual aspects of Rwanda, coming from the misconceptions and the lack of awareness that is Rwanda, for the fact that anyone in this house came here without knowing what palliative care is. They had to search on the internet. That shows that there is a lack of awareness, and that's why we believe that you have that kind of negative conceptions on what? On palliative care, because some of the times you think that it is given to people who are dying, it's associated to death. So, first of all, I want to give you a statistic that says 14% of the people in the whole world who need this palliative care don't receive it. 14% of the people in this world who need the palliative care are the ones who actually receive it in developing countries. That means that Rwanda is not a developing country, so it's lower than that. So it means a few number of people receive this palliative care in Rwanda, which means there is something deep, a systematic thing that is in Rwanda that's stopping people from achieving this thing of palliative care. And that's the thing that was supposed to bring into this debate. We had the burden to show that it is stigma, and they had the burden to show you it's not stigma, it's something else, and they're failing to show that. They're just coming here talking about things that we can never see. When my partner came and saying stigmatization is about the misconceptions and the negative concepts that people have around this palliative care. It's not only about shame and guilt. And we also told you that the palliative care is given to people who also have other diseases, when it's more cancer and HIV. So I think we are fulfilling our burden and we're going to fulfill our burden. Because if we ask them, if stigma is not on the palliative care, then what is stopping Rwandans from this palliative care? And they came here and they took the financial barriers. But remember, Rwanda is insured, like everyone that is insured. They don't come from Rwanda, come from Uganda. But I already have an insurance, and it's not in the hand. All those people have insurance. If you're in Rwanda, you have insurance. So you can get it at low price. But why is it that people are not getting it? There is something in it, and that is stigmatization. So we also want to, they also came and said that the Rwandan government is taking a lot of tries to incorporate this palliative care in the health care. But it's not working out. Because they have been doing it for a while, it's not working out. Many people don't know about it, they don't know this. What do you think is the reason? For us to believe it's a stigma because we gave you, and they come here and they have nothing to present because they had the burden to tell us if it's not stigma, what it is. They just come here and tell us that the stigma is around disease with no clear justification. So we think they never understood their burden and they should be enforced out of this case. So we are here to tell you that we should go into the other.
Time is up.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we can all agree that was a very productive debate, right? I think now the actual button is judgment, right, for the verdict. But anyways, this was nice, very nice. It was good. You shed light on if there is actually stigma on palliative care or if not, right? So with that being said, we're closing this debate. We'll give the verdict a bit later. The moderators can tell us when, and you can shake hands. Another round of applause to the debaters. Okay, it was good. So the problem is here for us debaters. The problem is if palliative care is stigmatized or is not stigmatized. That's the main issue, and we ready to know it after they have concluded the discussions. So, after the debating, we have a honored guest from Acrio. I think I sound it like this. Okay, Miss Tian. Miss. Okay, sorry. So you can welcome. With a round of applause to her. Thank you, I'm most welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's after lunch, past lunch, so the energy is in the digestive system right now. But allow me to give you just a small presentation, and then we're going to listen from our judges. So I am Diane Ndoli. I am a clinical oncologist. Who knows who is an oncologist? Hey Mike, I need an answer.
So who is an oncologist?
A specialized doctor in treating cancer.
Yeah, specialized doctor treating cancer. That's a good answer. So I'm Diana, I'm an oncologist, as he has just said, and I work at Rwanda Military Referral and Teaching Hospital. It's a privilege for me to be here, and on behalf of Acrio, we are really happy to see the smart minds. For me, it was wow. I was like, wow. It's really a privilege for us to be here to talk about palliative care. They asked, some of the speakers told us who knew about palliative care prior to coming here. And by the show of hands, we really saw that only a few of us knew palliative care. So, okay, my next question goes, who gives or who provides palliative care? Any answer? Who is in charge of providing palliative care? So my answer is maybe healthcare providers, maybe economists. Who provides palliative care? Okay, there's another answer. The healthcare provider.
Yeah, so I think palliative care is provided by everyone because it's a holistic approach looking at the physical, the social, the psychological, and the spiritual aspects of the care, the person who needs that care.
Yeah, please clap hands for the. That's the correct answer. Actually, palliative care is provided by everyone in this house can provide palliative care. So that's a myth that you want to take out of your mind today. So I hope everyone can see my slides. Okay? Yeah. So I think the speakers told us about what was palliative care, and I'm not going to stay much on this slide, but it's an approach actually to palliative care that improves the quality of life of patients and their families. There's one speaker that really emphasized on that, and it's true. It's not only for the patients, but also their families. who are facing challenges associated with life-threatening illnesses, whether physical, psychological, social, spiritual. What else? There's physical, psychological, social, spiritual, or legal, or so the list continues. The quality of life of caregivers improves as well. So it's everyone. And when you talk about these aspects, you're talking about treating a person, not a disease. So a person is composed of all these aspects. When you try to treat the disease alone and leave the person aside, the overall survival of that person is wrong. Because you're trying to dissociate this person from who he really is. So some of the speakers talked about this, but this is according to WHO, that tells us that 40 million people need palliative care worldwide, but only 14% receive it. And we can see there's an increasing global need. I think you all agree with me that there's an increasing global need. Why? Because we have the aging of population and also some other rising burden of non-communicable and communicable diseases. As we all know, cancer is among the life-threatening illnesses, and cancer is on the rise in our country, and it's mostly diagnosed at advanced stages. Early delivery of palliative care reduces unnecessary hospital admissions and also the use of health services. Mostly when you see in our LMICs, in most countries, palliative care is being provided by NGOs, private NGOs. There's a limited, I would say, commitment by governments to really emphasize on provision of palliative care. One of them, the speakers have been telling us about it, is lack of awareness. So WHO also gives us recommendations, and among these recommendations, that's why we're here today. The first recommendation is about policy, establishing the policy of palliative care. The second one is making commitment to train all healthcare providers in managing pain and other symptoms, while also informing and educating the public. Okay? So education, that's why we are here today. And ensuring necessary drugs of pain are available, of course. They talked about it even earlier. They also said on the fourth recommendation to ensure that the pain and palliative care programs are incorporated into the country's health care systems. Some of us are going to come out of here and become policy makers. That's why we're here today, that when you go out there and you become a policy maker, make sure that you advocate for this. Just to emphasize on education, they put it in form of a triangle. There's education, drug availability, and governmental policy. But on the education part, when you try to read those bullets, they really emphasize on the public. Then trainings, undergraduate education in palliative care at all medical and nursing schools. Okay? So it's really an emphasis. Why? Why do you think it's an emphasis of training undergraduate and postgraduate, nursing and allied health professionals mentioned? Why do you think it's important? Someone? I love teaching, so I'll ask a question. Anyone? Yes, there's someone here in front.
Yes, thank you. I think that it's important because it should be one of the basics of all medical and nursing teaching, as much as any other basic principle that we're taught.
Yeah. Thank you for your answer. But another thing, who are going to be future care professionals? We start from school, right? Who are going to be future policy makers, economists that are here? So it's really key to teach this palliative care while you're still in school. I'm going to give you my example. In medical school, I don't know today, but when I was in medical school, so 13 years ago, I was taught palliative care as one subject. It was a course, I think 1 hour, throughout my all 6 years. So going out there, I didn't know anything about palliative care, because you can't tell me 1 hour course that you're going to apply that. Fortunately or unfortunately, I found myself doing oncology. And that's why I realized that the actual care is incorporating palliative care aspects in my care. So I'm giving you a homework to future healthcare professionals here and all other disciplines to really not only get the knowledge, but also make sure that you're going to share this knowledge and pass it on. So governmental policy, I'm not going to mention much about it, and drug availability actually in Rwanda we're doing very well, because as they say, we have opioids, we have morphine available, which is good. But other aspects, we are still coming up. Now, some of the barriers in palliative care that we can see is, of course, education, limited knowledge and attitudes around palliative care. I'm not going to give the answer to the judges, but we saw points coming up from the speakers. Number 2, some governments lack palliative care policy, but others we also lack palliative care integration policy. It's one thing to talk about policy, but there's another thing to integrate that policy. So future policymakers here, please advocate for that. There's also funding issue, because you know everything needs funding, but if you didn't put that in your policy, how are you going to even ask for funding for that thing? Research. So palliative care in Kinyarwanda is what? Hajurungira palliative care in Kinyarwanda. Palliative care. Niichi palliative care. Dufitina ya palliative care. No, so that they are quick to palliative care. So we need research. We need research to contextualize palliative care in our own setting, in our own culture. These are terminologies, and Yariko say, what about us? Okay? Then drug availability, of course, we have them available, but we have people knowledgeable about the use of opioids. Do you have an addiction to opioids? Medical school students, nurses, we have addiction to opioid. Yes. Who says yes? Addiction to opioid, morphine. Show of hands, I'm not going to say that you opioid addiction. Who said we don't have opioid addiction? And who said I don't know? Yeah. So addiction in palliative care, in a sick patient, we don't talk about addiction. There is no addiction to opioid. We say they are tolerant or they are naive or they are dependent, but there's no addiction because they're treating pain. It's subjective. But if you use it like anyone of us here today going and taking morphine, then that's addiction. But for a person who is sick and in need, there's no addiction. So those are misconceptions of like opioid use. So, but we have to also contextualize and bring this palliative care in our everyday life. So this is a story. Dr. Shekina Elmo she's no longer in this world, but she was a radiation oncologist. So radiation oncologists, we use radiation to treat cancer. Do we have radiation oncologists in Rwanda? Do we use radiation to treat cancer? Yes. So we have radiation oncologists. Okay? I am a radiation oncologist. So Dr. Shekina was diagnosed with breast cancer when she was 27. So she was diagnosed with breast cancer and also lung cancer at the same time. We call it 2 primaries. But at 28, she got admitted in medical school. And she had what we call P53 mutation. So she was at risk of even getting more cancers. Because what is P53? This is undergrad. P53 does what? Yeah, like regulates the cell so it prevents oncogene. So she had that P53 mutation and she knew that in the long run she's going to have multiple cancers. But then before she died, she wrote, this is a TED talk that she gave that talked about the courage to live with radical uncertainty. And I'm just going to talk about few things that she said. The first thing, there's one thing to be a doctor, but there's another thing to be on the other side of the table and be a patient. So she was both at the same time. Today should be a clinician and attend to patients, then the next day should be a patient. One of the things that she said, will these things still matter in the future? Whatever thing she was talking about, riding a bicycle, going for movies, whatever. And then she said, the worst thing that happens is to have an oncologist who does everything to cure your cancer, but does nothing to help you live your life. What do you think she meant by live your life? It's the other aspect of care. Because an oncologist will give you chemo, will give you radiation, will give you whatever, but if that particular clinician doesn't go and treat the other aspects of your disease, then she wasn't living her life. She went ahead and also said, as oncologists, our everything to our patient is curable treatment. But do we know what is everything to our patients? Minimizing the loss of life in the living is a true job of oncologists. Worst thing that happens working with the blank places that should be filled with life. So this was a doctor and oncologist who died at age 48, telling us that there are things that we're doing completely wrong. We have to take care of a person, not just a disease. So after saying that, what's the task that we have? There are some things that we can do. An example is Acrio. So we have public-private partnership that could work and help really advocate for palliative care. So one of the partnerships that Acrio did, of course, we know this is the health system in Rwanda. We have the primary level, the secondary level, and the tertiary level. So the patient usually comes from down going up. We all know that. But now, with the complexity of care, when these patients come in these different levels and they get to a referral hospital like mine, and at a certain point, these life-threatening diseases, there's nothing much you can do. We want to send back our patients in the communities. But sending back a patient to a community, you have to have that package of them living beyond the disease that they have. You're not sending them to die or to be depressed, so you have to have that continuity of care. Which is why we're saying, please let's advocate for that continuity of care. Why don't they want to go back? It's because that care is found somehow in most of the referral hospitals, but not in their communities. So this is one of the projects that I happened to participate in with Acrio. It was termed Life Until the End Network. So you are seeing how the patient, if the patient came from all those levels, how can we refer back the patient to the level but still giving the same package? So people are trained at all levels on what is palliative care and how can you give it and how can you help the patient. So basically that's what we wanted to stop the reverse. Because at the next point you send the patient to a community, next time he comes back or she comes back with pain and comes back to a referral hospital. You're not counting the cost that you're putting on the patient, you're not counting the depression you're putting on the family, and all other aspects that I'm not going to talk about today. So this is what happened. They trained different levels. So that was Rwanda Cancer Center where I work. So they also trained MDTs at Masaka District Hospital, and they also trained at the what do they call CHWs, community health workers. So they trained all those aspects at Kichukiro district because we know that these patients are going to go down there. But this was more of in-service training. In-service training is a good form of training, but really all these healthcare professionals are coming from schools. Yes, continue in service, but also focus on the knowledge you're giving them at a young level. So, of course, you can't do anything without funding. These are some other sources of funding that can come, but all these should be tailored up or linked to the government. So, ending my presentation, this is a very good book that I'm encouraging all of you to read. It was written by Dr. Christian Nizimira, one of the pioneers of palliative care, by the way, in Rwanda. And it really gives us the African framework for end-of-life care. I don't really use it for end-of-life care alone, because when you read the book, you understand that some of these aspects, you can use them in your everyday life, actually. So please, you can find out more about the book. So this is my last slide, and this is Rwanda Cancer Center. Actually, you have radiation therapy, and we can treat patients with radiation, and you're welcome. I'm recruiting oncologists. If you want to be part of oncology team, please come. If you want to be part of palliative care team, please come. I thank you very much.
Yes, a warm round of applause to Dr. Clem. Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah, but I have a question.
Good, I was waiting for that.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your incredible presentation, but why do you think there are still the high number of those people are seeking the palliative care, but the rest number are seeing that they care? So according to the definition, my colleague was talking about the who can deliver the service of palliative care. He says it is everyone who can deliver the service. Yeah, but my problem is it's not about the research or education for educating those people who can train the nurses and who can educate the people how they can treat their patients, or the healthcare providers how they can take care of their patient. I think the problem is when you are delivering that system of education or giving that information, you forget to pick the one who can coordinate and control if the palliative care is given to the societies. It's not about the education, because maybe at a certain time, after 5 years, you will also discuss about this thing, because it will be repeatedly because of lack of those person who can coordinate, who can see that if what we teach the society, what we the knowledge we deliver to the society is what they put into consideration. So the problem is not educating, training the people. The problem is there anyone who can see the palliative care is given to those patients, to those families? As you said, it's not the patient who needs the palliative care, also the family who in that case. So I guess that is the call to action I can give, and if there is any misunderstanding, you can explain to me so that I can understand well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Manishu Jamavian.
And what are you studying?
Medicines and Immuniato.
Here in Rwanda.
What? Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much. I think it's more of a comment and a contribution, and I really want to thank you for that. But on the aspect of why aren't we seeing palliative care? I think that's what you really want to know. Why aren't we seeing it in our health care facilities? I would say it's multifactorial. There are a lot of factors, and that's why I highlighted research. So just a few, and I'm seeing this as someone who works at the hospital, but I can't tell you the magnitude because I've never done research on that. It's awareness and limited knowledge. We still have healthcare providers who are opioid phobic. They are even fearing to give opioid. We still have healthcare providers who think if I've treated a patient, I've given that patient paracetamol, then that's it. The other aspect, no. But for sure you don't know if this patient even came and with transport and will go back home, will be able to go back home. So those are other aspects. So integrating palliative care is our task. You and me, who is in the second year medical school, we have to be the voice of first of all understanding what's the problem and then how can we address the problem. This is just one aspect, educating, but the other aspect as you're saying. Yeah, I don't know if I've tried to answer or to just give information to your question.
Yeah, my question was concerning about yes, you deliver these studies and education to the society and to those healthcare providers like nurses. But if you, or your point, if the point is, someone who can connect and also if the palliative care is given to the society, I guess it will be more productive than sitting here, being educated. Yes, it's good to have this knowledge, but we are here now, you can see right now. But what you want to emphasize and to highlight is when you are doing research, when you are educating those societies, at least try to pinpoint someone, or even you can pay those person you pay so that they can if those
yeah, so the problem is, if I get you well, having an integrated palliative care and having someone who like supervises the palliative care. So that's why I'm saying there's need of research. There are different models of integrating palliative care. If you know, in our hospitals, we have social workers, we have psychologists, and those aspects of palliative care. But are they cohesive? Do they work together to treat a patient as a whole? No. So models of palliative care delivery now, that's where research comes in. What works for Rwanda best? Because in the US, palliative care works best when the patient comes from here and goes to these specialized clinics. But here, we need something integrative maybe. For example, in Kenya, they have integrative palliative care. So that's our task, to see what works best. But I really agree with you, there's need of training, having palliative care specialists really only concerned with palliative care. I don't know if there's another question, or we can have some after.
Oh, hi everyone, my name is Ivan and I'm a student at ALU. It's not a question, but maybe it's a suggestion. I was thinking that in medical or maybe in healthcare system, especially in Rwanda, so we are looking about like medical solutions, but not about those palliative care solutions. Because even in not only just medical sector, because look at other businesses, 80% of job success is made by soft skills. That means 20% is for hard skills. And then in healthcare, we are looking for medical always just, we are acting like robotics. We are not, how comes other businesses are looking for soft skills and then medical sector are not looking for palliative care? That's the problem. So my question is that how comes is palliative care is not integrated in Rwanda health system? That's the problem. And I agree with that, we need to look for that research. And I can recommend those academic policy that made. They need to include palliative care restaurants more. Instead of just because I'm not a medical student, but for example, if you are a medical student, maybe you are a doctor, and then you are treating someone without managing, without reading, so that's the problem. We don't need to look for always just diseases. There is also palliative care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really agree with you. So we have a huge gap of palliative care, and I believe that from here we're going to have voices, and from different cadres you can really contribute on palliative care. This is what we're trying to do, to just give the best care to our people.
Yes, one last question.
Hello everyone. My name is David King Masimaka, and I'm a student at African Leadership University. I have actually one problem. So, as a software engineering student, you talked about something like integration. So, let's say, for example, I want to build a system to help the doctors to, let's say you are dealing with a patient who is suffering, who has cancer, and you will not have the time to carry out that palliative care. So, what if maybe I build a system so I was saying, what if I build a system that will help you, or that will help everybody to undergo that palliative care? But the question will be, since this is something that's still ongoing and the research is still being carried out, where am I going to get the information, the training, so that my system will act as a person, so that it will act as a person who can give a palliative care? Thank you very much.
So you're talking about AI kind of... So thank you very much. Actually, you're giving solutions to the gap that we have. So one of the gaps that we have is a doctor-patient ratio. So going on the side of, when you look at the healthcare, at the care provider side, they are overwhelmed with a lot of patients. You can't tell me if you're at Butaro today and you'll attend 90 patients, you're going to give all aspects of care to all of them equally. Okay? So that's I'll say a problem, but that's ongoing. We have 4x4 to try and really increase the number. But as you're saying, we need to branch on other solutions, and that's one of them. AI, technology, to try and help us leverage even the minimum healthcare providers that we have. So what I would recommend is, if you can, join teams like Acrio. They have key areas that they can tell you, here you can focus more. Acrio works with RBC, you can also contact RBC, and you can really come together and work together towards that. I tried an AI that was brought unfortunately by someone outside Rwanda, and I really recommend having our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yeah. So it's a pleasure to have you all. I see that you really paid attention to the presentation and to the debates that were consisting this day. So, yeah, we are MEDSA, and in MEDSA we have 6 standing committees. There is the Standing Committee on Medical Education, which is actually in charge of educating medical students about their field. And we have the Professional Exchange. For now, that goes hand in hand with maybe going to Kenya, as Dr. Cho was mentioning, maybe to see how palliative care is conducted over there. Then we have the public health, which concerns now going to the public and making awareness campaigns on those specific matters. We have a score for reproductive health and HIV/AIDS. So basically, we know some cancers that arise from HIV, for example, Kaposi, sarcoma, name them all. We also have research exchange. Now it is in charge of specifically now tackling research. Why aren't you conducting research on palliative care? So I believe the person in charge of this department has a lot of job.
And lastly, we have human rights and peace that goes hand in hand. Now, how can we live peacefully with people with palliative care? So I thank you all for your kind attention. We would like to welcome the judges and to present us their last verdict. The floor is yours. Round of applause.
Thank you very much. So, did you guys enjoy the debates as much as I did? I'm lying, I didn't enjoy. It was hard to determine who took these debates. Okay, so initially in the first debate, we had UR versus ICK. UR was proposing, ICK was opposing. The winner of this debate was the proposition. Congratulations, University of Rwanda, you make it to the final. In the next debate, we had ALU versus UGHE. ALU was on the proposition side and UGHE was on the opposition side. In this debate, the winning team was the opposition. Congratulations, UGHE. So these, like the verdict, this was a 3 out of 3, meaning all judges agreed, right? And we all judge differently, so you hear where we're coming from. And we also have your ballots if you'd like any clarification, anything, you can always ask us and you can see, what we based on when we're making our decisions. So with that being said, let me welcome UR and, UR and UGHE, so we can choose which side you'll be taking for the finals before we head for lunch. So a representative from UR and a representative from UGHE.
A representative from UGHE.
Okay, so yeah. So papers, the side you choose, that will be yours. UGHE, what have you chosen?
Opposition.
Right. So that is your as the proposition to this coming debate. Do we know the motion or should I share it?
Just 1 second.
So the motion for the finals will be, this House believes that palliative care should be delivered exclusively in healthcare facilities. So may the best team win.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was saying that the motion is very tough, basically. So I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. And just reminding you, please engage on social media platforms. So a quick reminder, actually, did you know the most trending hashtag on YouTube, on Twitter, X, for the past 4 days? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone who knows the answer? Yeah. The most trending hashtag for the past 4 days.
The hashtag was Youth for Palliative Care.
Yeah, actually, it trended a lot more than the RDC and the drug scenario. So we were very making this event impactful. So I thank all people who are engaged online for making this event happen. So I would like to now go and talk to your tummies. It's time to go and eat and get some energy and come back for the next round. So we start with the guests, Dr. Diane, Mr. Jason, Ms. Ella,
We go with the debaters and judges and all representatives from the universities. They will go first, and the attendees will also come later on. Bon appetit. DJ, do your thing.
Yes, I'll continue to fill the line. So we'll start from people over there. Hello? Hello? Yeah, people from on my left. So you can now go over the line. After seeing that that's kind of reduced. Then after people from the left, those in the middle, and also and those on the right. Thank you.
dufite tubiri aka ni kagenzi kako yes
Hello, debaters. Is everything okay? Are we ready to begin? Alright, is the audience ready? It's perfect. Okay, so you know the drill, you know the first and last minute protected, we already know everything. So there's been a bit of a change. So we were not doing 5 minutes each, we're doing 4 minutes each, right? Yes, we're doing 4 minutes. So yeah, I believe we can begin. We all know the motion. So yeah, because you know a lot of time has been So yeah, first speaker proposition whenever you're ready.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the motion before us is this House believes that palliative care should be delivered exclusively in healthcare facilities. First of all, I'm on the proposition side. Thank you very much for coming here.
First of all, I'll start by defining the motions. What is palliative care? Palliative care is a multi-complex form of medical care focused on improving the quality of life for the people with serious, chronic, or life-threatening illnesses. It addresses the physical, emotional, social, and spiritual needs. Another definition is exclusive, restricted to area, person, or group concerned in this case, healthcare workers. What is the healthcare facility? Any location that provides...
Sorry, let me stop you for a second. Dear audience, can we please maintain maximum silence? We can barely hear the speakers.
So I'll continue.
Okay, yeah.
Healthcare facilities. This is any location that provides medical, diagnostic, therapeutic, or preventive health services to individuals. They vary in size, function, and level of care being offered. Okay. So, as we continue, what is this motion telling us? Palliative care. Palliative care has key components in it. The first one is pain management, symptom management, psychological and emotional support, communication and shared decision making, coordination of care and bereavement support. While we acknowledge that palliative care has various components, including emotional and social support, our case, specifically the proposition side, we are focusing on symptom management. Symptom management is a key component. This requires medical expertise, specialized equipment, and controlled environment for effective delivery. So, as long as we determine that symptom management requires exclusive delivery within healthcare facilities for patient safety, efficacy, and quality control, the motion stands. First of all, this symptom management, the first argument we have is that it ensures a safe and effective symptom management. Controlled administration. Medications need to be carefully dosed and monitored by trained professionals. Home-based care cannot do that. Home-based care, as we all know, palliative care includes holistic values, includes emotional part, but it also includes the mental part of palliative care. That needs medical trained. Let me continue. There is a need for continuous monitoring. Keeping symptom management within healthcare facilities ensures that it is safe, effective, and professionally regulated. The other argument is symptom management requires specialized equipment and expertise. The symptoms that I'm talking about, severe infection, breathing issues, those types of symptoms are what we're talking about. Okay. So there is different advanced medical equipment needed. So the other arguments, my second speaker will talk about them, from hybrid approach that allows holistic care, reducing the emotional and physical burden on parents and families, standardization and quality control in palliative care. So how are we going to do it? First of all, by implementing mediators. Mediators are already there. Community health workers. There are over 45,000 community health workers. These are trained CHWs in palliative care who will assess the severity of a symptom or a condition and send them off to healthcare. These are the people who will draw the line. When should they go to the hospital? It does not mean that whenever you feel a pain spike, you can go to the hospital. No, we are trying this. CHWs will find a way to bring them to the hospital according to the severity of the symptoms. So palliative care is also a medical response, not a family burden for patient safety. It must remain within the healthcare facilities. We have answered our burden, so we are welcoming you to our side.
One thing is evidently clear. We stand here today as the opposition to debate a motion that says this House believes that palliative care should be delivered exclusively in healthcare facilities. Once again, my name is Melissa and I'm with Montana and Ernest. Side proposition stands up today and tells us palliative care is holistic. It focuses on the physical, spiritual, financial, anything. But then continues to argue we should choose only symptomatic management. Now I'd like to ask the proposition, what is your ideal palliative care if you choose only one aspect to focus on? If that is the way to go, we as a society have genuinely failed. Today as an opposition, we stand here today to recognize what is currently working in the status quo. In an article written by Dr. Christian Hizimila, he talked about decolonizing palliative care. In that article, he argues that if we refuse to see the context of our settings and we think what Western management is what is working, then for us, we're going to stay colonized for as long as we shall live. Now, if I go back to what is currently here today, we do not have the resources, we cannot accurately manage symptomatic. We cannot even do what we're supposed to do right. But nonetheless, that does not give us the right to sit and not act on what is currently happening. So as the opposition today, we stand here to say, palliative care is not a single person job, it is a team job. Which is why we stand today, instead of saying only choose one aspect to tackle, we see it as holistic care. So we're going to involve hospitals, hospices, community health workers, spiritual leaders, families, and other supportive farming communities, because we do realize that as much as we are ambitious, we need the facts and the realities of problems that exist within our community are there. And now, how are we going to do it exactly? We're going to build capacities for community health workers. In a study done in Chibanga, community health workers were trained, and that helped them bring people to palliative care. They recognize people who need the help and actually brought them to care. Now we're going to build capacity for community health workers. While they may not be equipped to deal with complications of like opioid overdose, like respiratory depression, they're able to offer simple opioids like tramadol. They're able to give education, psychological help, deal with adherence to medication, and that itself is building a holistic care. Spiritual leaders are going to be giving comfort to people, families are going to be involved in a day-to-day care. In that way, we tackle all the things we're supposed to tackle. And according to the World Health Organization, only 14% of patients who need palliation get it globally. And the bigger number is in developed countries. Now our situation is much more worse. So if we choose to sit now and not act on it, where are we going as a community? The other ratio is 0.12 to 1,000 people. That is the doctor-to-patient ratio in Rwanda. So if we give them even as simple as symptomatic management, where are we leading them to? We're going to overcrowd health systems. We're going to leave one doctor attending to multiple patients and giving them less quality care. Yet we have involved people in the community to actually help us do it. And for the arguments we stand for today, number one is decongesting the health system. Number two is providing holistic care. Number three is improving accessibility. And number four is promoting equity in delivery, since that is what we advocate for. As I end my speech today, I would like to tell you about the 7 C's of palliative care, guiding principles and outcomes of what we expect. Number one is compassion, communication, collaboration, coordination, continuity of care, continued learning, and care in the dying phase. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we choose symptomatic management, where are we with our 7 C's? We are failing our people and we're failing our community. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, the panel, my fellow opponents, my teammates, and the audience. So I would like to start by literally refuting everything the first speaker on the opposition side came and told you, because that is not the truth. We came here and we told you that palliative care involves medical care and holistic care. We are taking the medical care to exclusively be delivered in the healthcare facilities. We are not ignoring the holistic care. Yes, the holistic care is still going to be given because we're not taking the patient and literally isolating him from the family. We are trying to help the patient by giving him accessibility to medication at the right time, using the right equipment and specialized people. Using the statistics provided by the first speaker from the opposition says about 77% of the healthcare workers are already trained to give what? To give that medical care attention. To our palliative care patients. So, to also add on to what my first speaker came here and told you, the only reason we decided that it is safe and it will provide more quality if our patients were to go and get the services, get the care they need, medical care, symptom management, and exclusively from the healthcare facilities. We did not say hospitals for me. This includes the health posts. This includes the community health centers. Literally every place that provides the healthcare support, our patients are going to be needing.
Point of information.
Allowed.
Do you know the percentage of burden of disease in Rwanda covered by the community aspect of the health system?
No, please enlighten.
85%.
Great. So this is this is giving more reason to why our palliative care, literally patients have to go to the hospital. Why? Because our community workers are doing their job. They are giving quality care. They're giving literally everything they should be giving because it is their job. We're trying here, we are here to serve as the healthcare workers, the healthcare communities. We are here for the patients are here for us. So what we need to do is make all these services, the medicine, the kind of care they deserve, the psychological therapies, we're going to work to give it to them. How? By improving infrastructure, by providing transport means that our patients can get to the hospital or the healthcare centers in time in order to access their needs and their rights as the patients. So I would like to continue to give more reasons to why medical care should and only be given at the healthcare centers. Other reasons include that this is going to be more of a hybrid situation whereby, oh my time is up?
You're protected.
Okay. So whereby we are going to go hand in hand. The opposition came here and trying to show us the holistic care it should be more encouraged more than the medical care. So if we're going to stop the medical care, if we're going to dilute the medical care, is the patient still going to be alive? Yeah, he won't be able to get the holistic care he needs. He won't be with his family. He won't get his needs. He won't get the spiritual needs he deserves. For the patient to be able to access the holistic care, he must first access the health care needs, the medical needs that are going to be exclusively given at the healthcare facilities. Thank you, that is all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Hassan and I'm the second speaker from the opposition side. I'll first thank my proposal side who came here and highlighted how much the community health workers have done by tackling 85% of the burden of disease in Rwanda according to the Ministry of Health. Now they tackle not only the infectious diseases, so they also provide medical care in that 85%. Do they think that the rest of the diseases, they provide even the medications for others? Now, if people with infected diseases, people with malaria, benefit from the good job that they have saved of the community health workers, how much more should terminally ill patients benefit from those same community health workers who have proven that they're able to provide what they're given for? And like my first speaker told you, they are able to be trained in providing palliative care. Therefore, help the ministry, help alleviate the congestion that we already have in our own health system by decentralizing palliative care. Now, to clarify this, the motion today is this House believes that palliative care should be delivered exclusively at healthcare facilities. A key point here is palliative care. The proposition side wants to come here and convince us that medical care equals palliative care, that we should ignore what makes palliative care. Palliative care is because we're not only treating your infection, it's because we're taking into account that you're terminally ill, and therefore the focus of your treatment is not to cure your infection because you're terminally ill. You are not able to do that, but because we don't have the ability to cure your condition, we want to make you pass with dignity. We want to help you with your pain, which is a symptom. So are they
telling me that community health workers cannot offer pain medication. Pain is a symptom. Pain, our community health workers not able to offer, if they treat malaria, and do malaria medication not have side effects, the only thing we're going to do as a health system is to train our community health workers, who they agreed already do a great job, train them into also tackling this problem. And why are we doing that, dear judge? So the Rwandan health system, we have one agreed. Great, thank you very much. Did we say we're removing the health system and giving the job only to community health workers? Community health workers never work exclusively, which is what we don't want, the exclusivity. You cannot provide holistic care exclusively at the hospital. You cannot keep a cirrhotic patient, a patient with liver failure, exclusively at the health center and expect that they're going to pass with dignity with only 1 hour of visit at the center where they're being kept for. If you're in your last days, do you want to be confined in the hospital because they're scared you might get an infection? Like the Dr. Mary told us in her presentation, patients with cancer, for example, you focus on treating them, but are they living? Or are they living their lives? That's what we want to focus on. And by decentralizing, because we're already burdened with only 0.12 doctor per 1,000 Rwandan, is our health system able to bring all the chronically ill patients in healthcare facilities? Is that practical? And if not, will the poor people who are not able to afford it, who are relying on the community health workers, now that they're not even allowed because they want to remove any medical thing the community health workers were doing, while 85% of the burden of our disease is not just infection, even the community health workers help follow up the NCD patient. So they give medical help, and this, like my first speaker said, will decentralize care and provide the holistic care that palliative care entails, not just medical care, which is not palliative care. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon everybody again. I am the third speaker from the proposition side. I would like to thank you again for welcoming me, dear panel judges. Without further ado, I would like to jump right into it. So, the proposition side, as we have clearly stated, are in support of the motion. We have told you why we're in support of the motion. But for some reason, what the opposition side doesn't seem to understand is that we are not in any way ignoring or even removing what they would like to define as holistic care. My first speaker has come here and properly defined both palliative care and what a healthcare facility is. It entails the provision of therapeutic, diagnostic, curative, and all forms of holistic care that the opposition side seeks to say that the proposition side wants to ignore or even not have completely. Continuing, they have emphasized the role of community health workers in the provision of holistic care. This is very crucial to our argument because we have already told you, my first speaker came here and told you, how community health workers are a crucial part of our healthcare facility and are part of our system of giving and maintaining and managing symptoms of patients that are dealing with palliative.
Point of information.
Yes.
You said that you define the healthcare facility as a place that offers diagnostic, so that does not include community health workers, right?
I'm pretty sure I mentioned more than just diagnostic services. Moving on, we have emphasized that the exclusivity of healthcare facilities that are a wide spectrum is only responsible for management of symptoms. Symptoms that we have mentioned, including issues that concern breathing, issues that concern pain medication administration, which the opposition side has gone on to emphasize that is important to be given in healthcare facilities. Moving on, excuse me, we want to emphasize that in this argument, it is very important to note that what we should not debate is whether healthcare facilities should be exclusive providers, but rather how to improve access to them. You understand? Instead of lowering our standards, we should focus on healthcare infrastructure and
and transport services in order for chronic illness patients, for palliative care patients, to be able to easily access our healthcare facilities and not lower our standards. In fact, stretch ourselves thin, because they continue to emphasize that doctors are not as many as we would want them to be. So we should not be stretching ourselves thin. We should not be increasing the amount of area that we should be covering. Instead, we should be going to improve exactly the system that we have in place, which is a system that is going to improve, that is going to care for patients' symptoms, as well as provide all the other 7 aspects that the opposition has continued to come towards of palliative care. We never emphasize that hospitals are the only healthcare facilities. In fact, we have made sure to tell you that community health workers are a very crucial part of our plan. And again, not all chronically ill patients are inpatients. Therefore, there are cases where a patient still will have to go back to their home or anything else. And in that case, we seek to better the system in a way that it is easy for such a patient to find and access all the care that they need, be it medical, be it psychological, be it emotional. All of it is entailed in a plan where we seek to improve. And that is how the exclusivity of healthcare facilities will improve the provision of palliative care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the House, the judges, my fellow debaters. My name is Ernest, and I'm the third speaker from the opposite side. So, the House, as you've heard from our current speaker, and his entire team, they come here and they're telling us how they have a plan on how palliative care should actually be delivered exclusively in health facilities. But then he ends his argument by actually pointing out part of the argument, and he comes and actually highlights that community health workers are a key component of their blood work. He actually comes and supports that. What we are saying that palliative care cannot be exclusively, ladies and gentlemen, the one here is exclusive, cannot be exclusively delivered at healthcare facilities, but rather we can actually send it to the community level where we have these community healthcare workers as our champions for this care, and our patients actually able to get a holistic approach to this care. The other thing that they try to misconstrue here is they try to break down this palliative care. And this is something that we've been discussing over and over again. They come and tell us that, no, we're only talking about the medical aspect of palliative care. Prompting the question, when you say the medical aspect, what exactly are you trying to offer in that medical aspect? We've gone on to tell everyone here, including even what our guest speaker told us. Palliative care is holistic. You can't just offer one part of it and claim that you offer the care if you haven't offered the other one. We can all agree that it is extremely difficult to offer all these other elements of care in a healthcare facility. Our healthcare facilities are already burdened as it is. The healthcare workforce is already strained as it is. What other room are you going to put in there to have these other social care workers, to have our spiritual leaders, to have the family, to be there day in and day out with our patients delivering this care? This is impossible. It is a fallacy, and quite frankly, it is delusional. So if we are to continue with this argument, what we are trying to say is, we are proposing a plan. Health facilities have their role. The community also has their role. And we argue that they actually have a quite important role. If we are to look at palliative care in the holistic nature that it is, what is our plan? We need to get more people centered in the community, train them, including the identification of some of these symptoms, the side effects of this medication, which are quite rare adverse effects. But they come and build the argument and make them as their commonplace side effects of this medication. It's not true. Not everyone who is on morphine is going to get respiratory depressed. So let us provide this. Let us train our community healthcare workers to be able to understand these symptoms, deliver this care, these medications. They can also be able to test the pain medications, deliver it to them. Then those community health workers, since they're actually in the communities with these patients, they can be able to collect that data, bring it to the healthcare facility and share. And this also helps us to break the cycle that we're talking about. Isolating this to healthcare facilities drives further that problem that we're trying to talk about of having silos in the delivery of palliative care. What once we train our healthcare workers, they are collecting this data for us. We can then collect these healthcare facilities, then make plans on how we can be able to improve our programs on the delivery of palliative care. And this removes the strain from our hospitals, the strain from our health workers, and the strain even from our resources in the hospitals. Because many of these cases will actually be dealt with in the community, whereby we can regularly monitor the response and the uptake of this. So, what else are we going to say? This also helps us improve collaboration with these teams, everyone who is involved, if they are working together at the community level. And then it also helps us to address the issues of awareness, something that we have actually raised earlier on in the morning. So I would like to conclude this discussion by reminding us, in 2001, prior to the rolling out of PEPFAR, providing essential medicines for HIV/AIDS. It's over. Thank you very much. I'll rest my case.
So the teams will have 2 minutes to prepare the reply speech and 2 minutes to deliver it. We'll begin with the opposition.
This conversation would have been very much smooth if we were talking about palliative care instead of saying where we should be giving medical care. Side proposition stands here today and argues just medical care and forget that the conversation of today was supposed to be about palliative care. That in itself is problematic because if we understand palliative care, why are we choosing what aspect to focus on and leave the rest to fate or maybe to God to solve them? They stand here today and they define health facilities as institutions of diagnostic care and treatment, excluding community health workers. And ladies and gentlemen here today, we say community health workers play a very big role in the 85% disease burden that they reduce. So if we fail to recognize them in a crucial role, where are we heading as a country? They stand here and say that if we get to bigger hospitals, tertiary hospitals, but they fail to show us how that is decongesting the health system and how that is tackling the rest of the facilities, the parameters that we need in palliative care. The opposition today stands here to say, if we recognize palliative care as holistic care and not just medical care, then we realize the role everyone has to play. And if we fail to realize that role, I don't know where we're heading as a health system. Probably somewhere our patients don't need to be. We also wondered why they kept on choosing what our patients need in studies where they didn't even show us anything that our patients actually needed that. They failed and negated all the other aspects that patients wish for. And I don't know what kind of care we're giving if we think we know what is best for our patients and not even consider their opinions. So we stand here to show you how we're going to be doing it, involving everyone, making sure we tackle all the aspects, making sure we're compassionate enough, we're doing communication, we're collaborating, we're also ensuring continuity of care through everyone that can offer a helping hand. And as I end my speech today, let us remember that we're not in a position to act very Western. We're in a position to do what actually fits for us. And if we go by that, probably we shall be helping our people more. We respect.
So, the reply speech, what we say and what they say. First of all, I'll first start by what they say. They told us that we ignore the holistic aspect of palliative care. But dear judges, when I came here, I defined what palliative care is. I never once removed what the holistic part in palliative care. They told us that we're burdening the healthcare facilities. But how? But if we do not, the healthcare facilities are there for the patients. Thus, how are we burdening them with patients whose job is for the patients? Another thing is that they talked about accessibility. Those are the 3 points I mostly had. Now, what did we say? The most important part. We define what is palliative care. We know that it includes the medical and holistic approach. But why are we focusing on the medical part? We never once ignored the holistic approach. Never. Not me, not my second, not my third speaker. We say that holistic approach is bad. No, we just say that we need the medical, that symptom management, the symptoms that we talked about. I talked about it in my first speech. There was, for example, breathing difficulties, severe infections. Is the community health worker? They are trained. I say that they were trained. We do know that they're trained. But are they trained like medical professionals, like doctors? They are not. We also, our plan, I don't think they heard that we had a plan, that our plan included community health workers. So we never ignored them. We never did. These community health workers, we say that there were over 45,000. They're here to say who are going to go to the hospital and who are not. That if I get a pain spike in the shoulder, that does not mean that I should go to the hospital. No, but for example, if I get a severe infection, a community health worker who works in palliative care, who is trained in palliative care, will know we assess the severity of that disease and bring that person to the hospital. I said it in my first speech, and I believe they never ever repeated that. So, as you see, we encourage you to come to our site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, that was really good. So, this was very productive, and I think both sides were able to deliver what we expected of them. Yeah, so the judges will go ahead to figure out a verdict, but in the meantime, let the participants shake hands and maybe join the audience, and we can let the moderator take over.
Wonderful.
wonderful. That was boiling. And again, so a warm round of applause to the amazing debaters and the judges. It was very indeed interesting. And I hope the verdict will be fully based on the facts. We medical practitioners will base on facts, so hopefully I believe it will be done accordingly. So I'd like to welcome University of Rwanda Student Union representative, Minister Arlette, on the stage. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As he said, my name is Arlette Dihoza, the Minister in charge of Education and International Students here at the University of London. It is a privilege to be here, to be seated among brilliant minds. I was amazed by 2 debates that I witnessed. It was amazing. I thank MedSouth for taking this initiative of educating people who are not in the health department about palliative care. I, for one, palliative care is no news to me. I'm very familiar with it, but not that familiar. I got to learn a lot of things about this care. I, for one, I used to think that palliative care was somehow a waste of time. Please don't come for me. I am a changed person as from now. I thought that giving a person false hope, treating someone or giving medication to someone who is supposed to die and who will eventually die is considered as mocking them or disgracing them. But that's changed since today. I've learned that even if someone is terminally ill, there is no guarantee that they might survive their illness. They are still human beings and they should still be treated with dignity. They have dignity. So thank you so much for taking this initiative. We've learned a lot from you, and I challenge you medical students, or everyone who is in the health department, to actually focus on specializing in palliative care. I was told today that we have only 2 people in this country who are specialized in palliative care. That explains why people in Rwanda does not believe in palliative care, because it seems that the medical part of the system itself does not take palliative care seriously. Because most of you here want to be neurosurgeons, oncologists, psychologists maybe, dermatologists, opticians. Any opticians here? Because I would like to get some help, please. Thank you. So it would be better, it would make us feel so much better and safer if we see many medical students who are actually specializing themselves in palliative care. Because I won't feel safe, let's say for example, if my relative is sick, terminally ill, they have cancer, I take her to a hospital maybe to receive those morphines. Did I say right? Yes, those morphines from a nurse who has been working 10 hours. How sure am I that she's not going to give her an overdose and actually kill her on the spot? Yes, the health system is understaffed. We have very few workers. They're exhausted, as some of you say. The community services, they're burdened with a large number of patients and very few workers. But it's up to you to change that. Yes, we do need opticians, we do need neurosurgeons, but also do need caregivers, professional ones, not those who do that as a part-time. Because there are some scenarios where I, for one, I am an economist, where I can be a caregiver. Would you feel safe if someone like me who studied economics is giving care to your terminally ill patient? How would you feel? Very bad, actually. You won't feel safe. So it's up to you who are in the health department to actually specialize yourself in palliative care and make us feel safe, make us trust the process. Because for now, we don't trust the process. That's why they say that it's stigmatized. It is indeed stigmatized in Rwanda. Because for one, we think it's waste of time and waste of money. And second, we don't see people who actually put in a lot of work to make that palliative care services better than they are now. So, thank you so much, MedSouth, for your work. Thank you. I'm not sure, is this the first time this happened? Maybe this kind of dialogues? So keep up the good work. We do hope that you reach out to other universities, many people as you can. And just so you know, the University of Rwanda will be here to support you in any way that we can. Thank you for choosing me as a representative of the University of Rwanda. I almost cried hearing this because I'm not a very special person, but this makes me really happy to see that young people, brilliant minds, are actually trying to change the world, which is already messed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So here we are blessed with all people from all kinds of fields, whether it be from med school and all, even policymakers. So it's an honor to have you all. So while we are waiting for the judges to come, we'll be having a short break. MC, do your thing. Yeah, few minutes, wait. And a short announcement. Yes, wait, a little bit, DJ. So the person who will be in charge of giving awards is our fellow medical student. Yeah, he's in his final years. Round of applause, please. His name is David, and he will be coordinating the award ceremony. So while we are waiting for the judges, DJ, continue.
Please, thank you. Naturally, I'm gonna start with third and fourth places held by Institut Catholique de Calgary and the African Leadership University. If they want. And I also want to welcome dear Dr. Don Jason, if you give out the awards, yeah. And take a picture too. Cameraman. If the whole team would like to come, please. I also would like to welcome Minister Ahmed and Benson President. Thank you. As you can see, the award is 200,000 random francs. Each team, not together, each team. Yeah, so like one side. Yeah, another can hold it, and then take a global picture. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to announce the winner of this debate. The winner of this debate, the one we've been all waiting for, I believe. Yeah. I'll give the microphone to Noe.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's common knowledge that it must have been very hard to decide, of which it was. Actually, the judges could not agree, so we had to vote. So after 2 over 3, so 2 people chose for the winning team and 1 chose for the other team. So we had to choose majority over minority. The winning team, drum roll. The winning team is the proposition, the University of Rwanda. A big round of applause for the University of Rwanda.
Thank you very much. You may return to the game. Thank you. Now to finish, second place will have the University of Global Health Equity and may please join the stage. Thank you. A big round of applause for you two. They have strong points, inclusive points. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. You may regain. I would like to call all the debate participants to come back on the stage. There is, everyone who participated in the debate, you may come back. Please, thank you.
Everyone, I'm sorry I'm biased. I think you're all winners to me. Yeah, so I'm just saying that to me you're all winners. You gave us insights on palliative care, and it was good to see how you people went. Did the research, learn about palliative care, that this is the point. So this is on behalf of Acrio and Dr. Christian, who is also the author. So this is for each one of you, just to help you learn about this and palliative care. So on his behalf, we want to thank every debater and every participant.
A big round of applause for Acrio for amazing gifts they're giving to the debaters. Everybody say cheese. closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It has been a very, very long day this morning, but I congratulate everyone for making it until now. So like I said, my name is Jason Bakundikize. I work for Acrio as the Chief Program Officer, and this was a very good experience to see you debating and doing the research so that you can come up with a convincing idea to win. So I will a little bit about Acrio. So Acrio, like they say, it is a South African Center for Research on Endocrine Care, and it started in the late 2019, and then when after COVID-19 we had to halt our activities, but now we are resuming our activities. So we operate in Rwanda, we operate in Kicukiro, we operate in Gicumbi, Karongi district, Nyabihu, Rubavu district, and now there are more districts coming in the next day. So Acrio, we partner with many partners in Rwanda, including RBC, and even with the MEPSAR. And this idea came from MEPSAR team that we really like to thank Method and David. After attending one of the sessions that Dr. Christian was, delivering a speech, and they were, amazed by what he was talking about, which was palliative care. So they came to the office and we had a talk. And then this is the fruit. This is my product of what we discussed when they joined us at the office. So it's not a speech per se. There is no script that I've prepared, but I would like to say that we are partnering with many partners, like I said, and this is just the beginning with MEPSAR. There will be more and more activities to do, more debates, and even invite more universities like Southern New Hampshire University, like University of Kigali, Some and much more universities to talk about palliative care and to hear from you, because the project that you are running right now is about palliative care and dialogue. So, even responding to the question that was raised by our friend from ALU regarding the AI, I would like to say that we have conducted a pilot project in partnership with an American company. And it was successful because, like we said, the patients, we don't have enough medical doctors, we don't have enough nurses. So it is good to leverage artificial intelligence. So if you have a brilliant idea, Acrio is your home. If you have an idea, something that can change people's lives, please reach directly to Dr. Ian or myself, and let's make it happen, because we are here, because Acrio is a hub for people like you, brilliant minds like you. So we do not, we welcome all the ideas, and of course we take the best. So I will not say that, I will also congratulate the winners, and, but, we are all winners. This was not about picking the best ideas or, winning or losing. This was about sparking that fire that is in you, pushing you to do research, pushing you to read, and I hope that next time you will even do better. So I'd like to thank MEPSAR team, the organizers, and the judges. Unfortunately, they have mysteriously vanished. I can see them. But thank you very much for everything. They're very brilliant and not biased, what I think. And I'm very convinced they're not. And you're all happy with the decision and the judgment. So we also thank the University of Rwanda, Minister. We really thank you for being a part of this, and also accepting to collaborate with MEPSAR, but also the rest of the team that has really been doing an incredible job to make this happen. So we really thank you, and I don't, maybe there is something that you did not mention. This book has been written by Dr. Christian, who is the founder of Acrio, and we are, like I was saying, we had a talk with Method. We will invite all the winners, that means the 14, at our office at Acrio in Kigali. We are going to facilitate all that it takes so that you can come, and then you even have a chance to have a signed copy. Please come with your books. And then you have a talk with Dr. Christian himself, ask questions, but also bring more ideas about how we can make this, trend across Rwanda. So I will coordinate with Method so that we can make it happen. You will come to our office with your books and also new ideas how we can, improve these kind of debates in the future, and then have a chance to also have a signed copy by the author himself. So I know that it has been a very, very long day, and some of you might even be sleeping or I don't know, but thank God the room is still full. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for everything you have been doing, and Method, when is the next debate? If there is no debate in the next 3 months, don't blame me. You just, because you need to organize it and let us know, then we keep doing it. So if you don't hear back from us, it will be because of the thought. Because for us, we're here to support you, we're here to be with you, but also to accompany you through this journey, because we need to have more skills, not just medical ones, but also so that we can take care of patients holistically, because I will not go through all the definitions they have talked about, because you're future leaders, future medical doctors, future nurses, and you need to really have more package on this. So I love Butare because I was actually born here. I have some good memories with Butare. This is where I did my secondary school at Petit Séminaire Baptiste and École Autonome de Butare. So I have some good memories in Butare. We have been, sometimes you could come here to look for internet. It was in 2002, 2003. We didn't have internet home, so we could come here and to be able to live on Wi-Fi. So I'm very happy again, and let's meet again next time. Whenever you organize this, please let us know. And for the winners, please come to Acrio. We're going to organize it along with the Method. So I'm so happy and grateful for everything, and I wish you all the best. See you next time. Thank you very much.
Yes, DJ, thank you for this day. You have been an amazing partner for today's evening success and today's workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Wonderful. So it was an honor and pleasure to have Acrio here. Indeed, if this event doesn't happen again, it will be due to my president's fault. So I'll put a lot of pressure on him. I'll do that. So it was a pleasure to have you all, dear medical students, dear healthcare facilitators and professionals, dear debaters from all 4 universities, whether it be University of Rwanda, University of Global Health Equity, African Leadership University, Institute Catholique de Calgary, Acrio guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor having you. And it was a pleasure and esteemed privilege to be your master of ceremony for today. My name is Divan Jonathan Geraneza. I'm a second-year medical student here at University of Rwanda. I'm the national officer of the Standing Committee on Medical Education. It was indeed a pleasure. So we end today's evening by taking a closing picture. I will invite all debaters to come at the stage for Yeah, for a picture. All debaters. Hello. Yeah. Quick. Thanks. And after debaters, we'll invite Acrio guests, honorable guests, to take a picture with the debaters. Yeah, and we'll take a picture of debate team. And after that, we'll take Acrio with debaters, plus the preparation team for Metsa. And then lastly, we'll take a picture of Acrio with all people who have been involved in the success of this evening, today's program. Thank you. DJ, continue doing. Nice. Yes, even from LU. Okay, perfect. Continue. Did you continue? Yes, I would like to call the protocol team to bring chairs for the Acrio guests as we welcome all one picture. Shaka, thanks for coming. Yes, sir. Now call upon Acrio team to come. I believe winners should smile after taking their awards. This is not a... Wonderful. We'll start with those from Elio. The picture from Elio only. Others we should find a way. Perfect.